All right.
Last time on Dungeons and Dragons, where did
I
we
feel
begin?
like I'm literally going to die.
No, no, that's not where we began
I'm
last
looking
time.
I'm
In
That's
looking
game
at the
or
battle.
IRL?
No,
that's
I'm just
this
looking at the
time.
battle map. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the battle map and it just does not look like a good situation, okay?
If you zoom in, so it's only us and the riot suppression guy, we're good.
Last time on Dungeons and Dragons, we met a very nervous Genasi.
Yeah, so we started with the opening the door into one of the laboratories um, underneath the ship, and I'll go ahead and pull us over to Laboratory 2. Um, and kind of did a good chunk of the session here in this room, meeting our new PC, Morin. And Morin had been trapped in this room for a while. And kind of, what was the state of affairs as you guys first walk into this lab?
The room was filled with dead birds.
Oh god, the birds.
Yep, the room is full of dead birds. There's a lot of sort of magitech and sometimes just plain tech spread around the room. And what are these places? What's in here? What's in here? Like, you guys spent
There's
some time
some
investigating. What did you guys find?
there's some blob creature in like a force cage in this big containment room, and apparently it dreams things and those things become real.
Sounds like my college years.
Oh, your dreams became real.
Yeah. Well, I'm here playing Dungeons and Dragons with you. Wow.
Aw.
You are banned from talking.
Somebody's buttering everyone up for the recording.
Laying it on too thick.
I'm trying to not die.
I mean, didn't having a super dramatic death in Dungeons and Dragons as a way to immortalize Filibuster Forever rank up there with your dreams?
See, he's just role playing the cleric extra hard and trying to appease the whims of a violent god. So, but yeah, what did you guys find out from exploring this area? You have this entity, this creature, whatever that is imprisoned that has something to do with dreams.
Well, one and Drock tried to go talk to it, and that didn't really seem to do much. We put on, or we opted not to put on some really cool space suits. Um,
Yeah, and by not putting them on, it was like we were saying we wanted to be unencumbered, and then when we got into the room, that basically kind of manifested, that thought manifested, and our armor became lighter.
To be clear, that was more of the DM was reminded of something I wanted to tell you than anything else, because the idea is that after your first combat wearing this armor, that is how the armor then fully finishes adjusting itself using the magic from the tailor to be tailor fit to yourself, not just who you are standing, but if you're going to be in a stressful situation, if you're going to be in combat, it adjusts your armor to be able to flow better with you in fighting. But yes, so you got the full benefits of the tailor's armor.
One, you tried to reach out and communicate with the entity, right?
yeah, and I think just the containment field around it is keeping it from being able to interact with anything, it seems like.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
But there was a helmet that apparently is the way, like the sanctioned way to communicate with it. And I so want to put that on, but have not yet had the chance.
And Morin, you've used the helmet once. What did you use the helmet for?
To get food. So I manipulated the entity to think about food, and that's when I got the birds.
Yeah, so the entity dreamed up or summoned up or did something to create a large flock of dead songbirds, which was enough sustenance for you to not starve over the course of time you've been stuck in here.
I
While
guess
people were exploring the other room, the people that were in the sort of control area also found something else. What did you guys find in the control area?
Ritual table or whatever.
Yeah, there's a ritual table.
Shifting floor that moved to reveal a ritual table
Mm-hmm.
with a bunch of different spells on it. I think they're listed somewhere.
They are.
Oh, it's in the manifest, right? It's all up there.
It is in the manifest, and I did also kind of double down and put the full list in your campaign resources. So if you look on the Discord, you can see not only what the full list is, but also the ones that you know what they are also have links to tell you like what those specific things are, because the manifest has a way of referring to things that isn't the typical like D&D terminology of things, because there's a lot of again, the idea like the Magitech thing. Even knowing the language, there's a lot of terminology and a lot of phrasings that you're not as familiar with. So you got to see this table, and if you look at again in the resources, if you look at the runic leyline focus, that will tell you what the table actually mechanically does. So you get this table, and sorry.
So these crystals are consumable, right? They're functioning as ritual scrolls.
They are effectively ritual scrolls that need the table in order to be able to be used.
Cool. And what was the classification? The black ones were ones that we can't use, the clear ones were ones that we can use, and the grey ones were ones we can use with a penalty?
You're not sure. That was what the group decided, that was what they mean.
Okay.
Well,
The
and
DM did not
reassuring,
say anything
thank
of that manner. The group came to that conclusion.
but we did know that one of the rituals that was listed as gray is one that's 6th level because we have it in our books.
Correct.
And we knew that some of the ones that are clear we also have in our books and are appropriately leveled for us.
Correct. So the assumption was, I'm not saying you guys just threw out random things.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Just so she knows, it's not
Yep.
a well-reasoned assumption. Not all of our assumptions are.
So you get a couple of things about what this table does, and I think I actually had one of them be slightly incorrect, because I don't think I have any of the gray ones properly labeled. Because I think one of the ones that was labeled, I don't know, because you say this now, but I look and the only gray one that is on the list is one that you guys don't know what it is.
I think that
There's-
you changed something. Like you went back after session last time and corrected yourself on something or other.
Yeah, I think one of the ones that was supposed to be gray was actually black, or
Okay.
was supposed to be gray was clear or something. One of the ones that you guys could, I think it was actually the lesser elemental resistance. I think was the one that I thought was higher level than it was, but it's not.
That's the one we used.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
We'll we'll figure. I might have to do a little bit of search and figure out what it is, because I think what it was the magic circle one. I thought was 6 instead of 5, and so I thought that one was gray instead of clear.
Huh. Okay.
But
I don't know.
With what he just said, that also seems to be in line with our assumptions that clear is easier to use, and as it gets darker, it's harder to use.
Right.
Mhm.
Did we use I'm pretty sure we used like one of the resistances.
We used lesser elemental. Philly did,
Cool.
and I used the magic circle containment.
Cool.
And you
Oh,
guys
that's
did a
right.
little-
Did you use that on the entity?
No,
No.
I'm holding it. So it's like when you use the ritual table, you roll a check to see how long you're able to cast that spell for.
Mhm.
And so I am able to use it at some point within the next 68 hours. And we were thinking
Cool.
we would want it potentially for that dragon.
Yep.
So one thing I want to make clear here is the idea is that when you use the ritual table, you can either use it to activate the ritual immediately, put it on yourself, and then it will give you some sort of extended duration, extended benefit if it's currently active on you. The other thing you can do is you can use the crystal and then use the table to store that energy in you. That when you use the effect, it's not going to be an extended use, it's going to be the normal length of whatever it is. But you can basically get it almost completely ready to go and then unleash it all at once whenever it's needed. So you guys actually did one of each. So you guys put elemental resistance on yourselves that is actually active right now, and then you put the other one, which was the major containment protocol, the magic circle. You gave one of many now has the ability to cast a magic circle within the next, I think it's like 68 hours. It was a really long check. So it's like the next basically 3 days at some point she can cast magic circle. And pretty much the only thing that is the limiting factor for the magic circle is the amount of time that it would physically take to draw a circle or to have a circle drawn and use it or something like that. You need the circle part of it still made. So you guys did that, did some exploring around the kind of pieces that were there. And what happens next? Because you guys were exploring some things, doing some things, and the helm was sort of pinging you occasionally. What was the helm saying? The crystal helm that was being worn by our pilot.
Warnings about our power usage.
Okay, so what did you guys find out about the power usage of the ship?
Well, we were able to figure out where the power drains were coming from, and so we were going to investigate that. And I think also that we really had to deal with things very quickly, or we were going to explode.
I thought, wasn't one of the power drains this room as well? Didn't we do something here to slow the power drain? And then we were going, no, maybe it was the
No.
next room with the judge.
This one, so like we were able to see graphs of like general power usage, and this room does draw a lot of power, but that's sort of normal. And then there were a couple things going on in engineering that were drawing a lot of power that were newer or like not normal.
And Morin also gave you some information about sort of the timeline of power going in and out in the facility. Morin, what's going on in the facility? Like what seems to be losing power easily? What takes longer? What's harder for it to lose power?
So this lab that we're in right now, Laboratory 2, has not lost any power the entire time I've been here, which is a couple of weeks. But other areas have been losing power periodically. And I think at the moment, Laboratory 1 is completely offline.
Yeah, so there is a little bit of power going into Laboratory 1 and Laboratory 2, but from the helm's perspective, but from your all's perspective, they're both dark.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was power in secondary engineering as well as in primary engineering. And so group decides, okay, well, let's head to secondary engineering, and we get to a lovely splash screen for secondary engineering, which I might have already hidden because of things. Did I hide this? Yep, I did. So I might have to go find this to be able to draw you guys to it for recap. But so you guys went go to primary engineering and decided to go through secondary engineering in order to get there. And what did you guys find when you made it to secondary engineering?
Oh, just a big old like looping, scary, massive electric goopiness.
Yeah, so secondary engineering has some problems. It's got damage. There's sort of somewhat randomly firing electricity kind of going everywhere. Okay, here it is. So I need to properly label this. I created it really quickly and did not properly label. Come here. All right, so we get into here. We get into secondary engineering. You can see the stairs going down into the lower level of secondary engineering, and there were these clouds, there was this lightning that was arcing everywhere, and it looked like getting through secondary engineering was going to be problematic. Like you'd have to avoid these dangers or try to neutralize these dangers in order to make it through secondary engineering. So we got ready to go in, and then what happened?
And Griffle said no.
There was something in a like a temporal loop that she turned off.
Yeah, so our new player member, without consulting anyone else, just immediately unilaterally made a decision.
Whoa, Captain.
Nobody else spoke up.
Our
No,
new
not
player,
Captain.
Captain. Yeah.
It's not Captain.
She also didn't make the decision unilaterally. You guys talked about it, but
I'm the first officer. That's all.
But that's the kind of quick thinking and decisive action that we like to see in our captain.
Oh,
all right. So you guys turn off the loop, and what happens then?
Power consumption drops, and
True.
the judge shows up on the floor below.
So you guys make it to the stairs, head down the stairs to go and have a nice conversation with a tiefling, a man named Judge Velis Stroyard. And how's that conversation? How's that interaction go? Do you guys become
I
best friends?
tried to talk to him, but he was a real dick about it, you know?
He recognized Syl.
He did recognize Syl,
Mm-hmm.
and Syl recognized him.
Yep.
And as the long
Did he
lost
recognize
friend-
Syl, or did he recognize Syl's race?
He recognized Syl.
Okay.
Because there are pixies in other places in the world that aren't just tied to despair, but he recognized Syl specifically and called him out. And then you guys tried to talk to him, and he seemed amenable to conversation. Maybe just not the type of conversation you guys were hoping for.
You know, they always say, like, turn your words into actions, you know? I think we did that.
Yeah. So words were turned into action. Everyone was turned into fire. Morin had a really good, like, soft pitch, easy combat to get started and get introduced in the campaign for.
Yeah.
As is tradition.
And was not repeatedly lit on fire until he was unconscious.
Of course not.
Yeah,
I think
that
I
would be
said
terrible.
something like, I really don't like this guy, and immediately took like 23 points of damage.
Yep. So you guys defeated the judge. There was a little bit of conversation, basically at the end of session last time, about wanting to use maybe some divinations, speak with dead, that sort of thing on the body of the judge, which I'm not against, but it was something that the group sort of decided that, even though you guys thought about it after the point in time that you would have used it as you're kind of going to primary engineering, I had the idea of like, well, we'll deal with that in a little bit later. We're still kind of on this time crunch to try to deal with the loss of power and what's going on with the ship.
Yes.
So you guys had a couple different options of making your way into primary engineering. So you guys had the sort of service tunnels and service entrances. You had the main entrance. You know that people can teleport into primary engineering. And what did you guys decide? What's the plan going in?
To carefully think things through, get all the information we needed before heading in.
Yep.
Bust through like the Kool-Aid man.
Kick in the door, say what's up. Now, you guys also knew what was going to be in primary engineering. What sort of information do you guys have going into this encounter?
So I feel like I repeatedly asked, so you guys like took care of everything since this is your ship now, right? And it was like, Not
No,
exactly.
let's clarify.
clear.
You said since you stole the ship, and I said we didn't steal the ship.
So I've always had in the back of my head some suspicion that we're going to keep running into things that have not been taken care of.
I mean, I feel like we very clearly articulated that we were in the process of cleaning house.
So when I
yourself
walk in,
lucky that you're not being cleaned.
so
Yeah.
when I walk in and I see the riot suppression elemental that I have seen previously, I'm just like, yeah, okay, this is what I thought would happen.
Gary, can I make like a perception check real quick?
Depends on what you're making it for, but probably.
I would like to see the remains of the robot we sent here.
Yes. So if you look way over here, in this little section between this open door and this first barrier, you can see the mind killer golem that is the corpse of it is disassembled right here in the square. You don't need a perception check. It's pretty easy to see.
I open my eyeballs.
Cool. So again, so you knew that there was stuff in here, and you guys knew roughly what was in here. What's the party plan? You know, kicking in the door, going in. Plan might be a little bit strong of a term, but help me out here.
To subdue our enemies and fix the problem with the power of the ship.
I am very on the wavelength of we can be friends with the dragon.
Yeah, we
I
did.
don't think
we did
anyone else in the
pretty-
party really understands except for Syl, but
Oh
The
no.
I'm
dragon, the
gonna be-
dragon's like part of the ship. It's supposed to be controlled by the ship, but it's gone haywire. So like it's part of our inventory. I reckon like there has to be a way to deactivate it or something.
But we have also dealt with multiple dragons at this point that that we have
When you all
intelligence-ified.
say dragon, what do you think that is?
I
I
point.
just like point. I point exactly.
That's not a dragon. That's an
What is it?
elemental.
The tag says dragon.
Looks
And
like a dragon to me.
As
I
a
just like
Genasi-
I read the manual.
as a Genasi that has worked in this lab, that is not a dragon. That is an elemental.
Well, as a person who has 2 dragon friends, that looks like a dragon to me.
Yeah,
All right.
So
I'm not racist. I have 2 dragon friends. Come on, man.
I like the person who is the the elemental race is like, no, it's an elemental, and you're like, no. I know a dragon when I see a dragon. Okay. So we are going to be starting. We've already got combat initiative rolled. Kind of kick in the door. Everything sort of turns towards you. Is there anything from last session that you guys feel is important to go over again before we kind of jump into the fray?
I would mention that we did raid the armory and the healing potions, so we do have those things. And also, when we were fighting the judge and he was trying to compel Syl, he was like surprised to see that Syl's mark or whatever had been negated by Al Shaib.
Yeah, so the judge had a ability to be able to dominate other creatures, and the ability was much easier to use on things that were compromised, that had some sort of bind to the City of Despair. And seeing Syl, he just assumed that obviously that was going to be the case, was rudely surprised that it took a big chunk of his turn instead of a minor action in order to attempt and fail to dominate Syl. I don't actually think he ended up getting a dominate off at all in that combat.
He didn't do very much of anything.
Twice and got
Except
done with
die.
it. I'll just stab you. I think the only round he didn't try is the round that he turned to Griffle and was like, "I'm tired of you hitting me."
I lived.
You did live. But he did. I just remember. I feel like he did like near
Um,
maximum damage twice.
So it's not on my sheet, but did I use my blood apricot?
You did.
You did use a blood apricot in
Okay,
that.
cool. And I only had the one, so that's all good.
So I do want to say this for clarity's sake. I mean, you guys, like going back to the armory or whatever between each fight would be very easy. So what I'm going to do until you guys, when and if you guys get down to a relatively small number of the consumables from the armory, I'm going to assume that you have like a couple on you each. And I'll just take them out of the inventory. I'll take them off of the manifest when you all use them. I think that's just less headache for everyone involved than being like, oh, well, you've got 2, you've got 3, I've got 1. Unless you guys leave the ship, I'm just going to assume that there's sort of a collective pool with everyone has some number of them.
Yeah. So on that though, the one Griffle had and the one I have were, I spent a healing surge on them to enhance them. What do they do base, and what does the enhancement do again?
I have them held up.
So I was going to just copy pasta into the chat.
Oh, cool.
So, eat the apricot. If it hasn't absorbed a healing surge, you lose a surge and you get 2d8 hit points. If you have already given a surge, then you get you spend a healing surge and you get an additional 2d8. So either you get a surge plus 2d8, or you lose a surge and get 2d8 instead. So as far as healing is concerned, the basically using 2 surges is significantly more healing, but it is also a little less surge efficient. So that, as far as that is concerned, it is important to kind of point who is an empowered one. So like if Drock, you want to empower someone else's apricot before this fight, it is reasonable you guys could have done that beforehand if that's something you want to do.
Yeah, I'm
'Cause I
just
know
looking at my surges. So mine's already empowered. And sorry, so an empowered one, you still spend a surge, but you get that surge and 2d8 versus just gain a 2d8. Okay.
Correct.
Interesting. So eating them without them being empowered is hit or miss, because you might only get like
2 health. Yeah.
2, but you could get 16.
Yep.
An average of 8.
Yeah. Which is only good if you have a low surge value, right? So for me, eating a basic fruit isn't good because my surge is 15.
I mean, it's so magic healing that is consumable, right? So stuff that like these blood apricots, it is intentionally fairly inefficient. Like that's kind of the point. It's not going to ever really substitute for one of your like healing words or things like that. Like the apricots are going to be very inefficient healing, but the flip side is that everyone can get an apricot. Everyone can't get, like good leader heals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm down to 8 surges. I might not empower anyone else's, but I don't know. Does anyone feel like an empowered apricot would be good for them? Or I mean, I guess other people can spend the surges too, right? It doesn't just have to be me.
You do technically, but you want to do that ahead of combat because it's standard action to actually empower the surge.
Right. Yeah, I'm thinking if the assumption is we would have done some of this prior to combat, we should.
I will make a note that you are down to more than the number of surges that any other person has total.
Oh.
Yeah, I have 2 surges, so I will
Yeah.
not
3.
empower my apricot.
I have 1, so I can't.
How do you guys have so few surges?
They aren't
Because
battle
your entire
squishy.
party is made of paper.
Oh, I didn't know we were playing Paper Mario D&D.
I mean, you also are playing the class with the highest amount of healing surges, so.
Fair. Okay.
Like how many, just curious, how many healing surges could you conceivably use in this fight with all of your abilities and stuff?
I don't know. That's a great question. Probably not that many. Question is, do we have more
4?
fights after this?
True.
I'm assuming we're gonna have a little rest.
The answer to
Hopeful
the
we have
question,
a
I think,
little
is 4, by the way. 5, technically, if you use your... No, you took the neck off, so 4 is the answer.
I don't even know. Could I even use up to 4? Because I think the only thing I have left is my second wind.
So you've got second wind, you've got the blood apricot, and there are 2 people in the party with healing spells that have you use a surge.
Okay,
So
so
if
4.
all of the group healing went into you, and you use your apricot and your second wind, that's 4.
Okay, so I could empower 4 other apricots then. It would make sense.
If you want to, yeah.
I don't see why not.
Okay, well, what I would like for you guys to do is, if you are going to get one of the empowered apricots, or if you have one, I think there's a leaf symbol as one of the symbols. Maybe there's not. Maybe I took that one out. Damn it, I took that one out. I need to add in a couple of generic symbols back in just so we have them. But let's do the regeneration symbol. If you can put a regeneration symbol on yourself with the number of things. So if you've got one, put a little regeneration symbol on yourself so that I can see and know that you've got one. So who's going to take the other 4? So Griffel's taking 1.
May I have one, Drock?
Yeah, go for it.
Lauren's taking 1.
Who gets hit the least? Who fights primarily at range?
I think one of many tends to fight the most at range.
It should be me.
Lauren also can fight at range.
One, are you okay not having the
Yeah.
apricot? Okay.
I am.
Then let's say everyone but one grabs it.
Cool.
Wait, hold up. Marin can't?
No, he can because he has 1 surge. Or do you?
Right.
Does it happen
No,
if you
yeah,
have
no,
none?
no, that's all right. Yeah, so if he spends...
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine.
If I had 2, I could make my own.
Right.
All right, so deduct 4 surges. Go down to 4 surges for me, Drock.
I did on my thing, but I don't know if the blue bar is linking correctly because I think the surges was something I accidentally deleted last time.
You did indeed. Let me fix that. All right, now it's correctly linked. Did you delete it from your token? Is that what you did last time that made me confused?
I deleted it from the attributes and abilities page.
Oh my god. Hang on. Stupid mouse. Yeah, your token is very messed up because you deleted it from the attributes. That's what the problem was.
I added it back.
No, it's fine. If you delete it, if you delete it entirely, then I have to rebuild the token, which is fine. It's not that difficult.
It's just it's so easy to accidentally misclick and delete that.
Yeah, agreed. I'm not upset about it anyways, but it clarifies for me why it was a problem last time, because I was genuinely confused. I was like, I know I made these tokens correctly. I don't know how Roll20 broke this, and it was not me, and it was not Roll20. You deleted it, so that's why it didn't work. All right.
Yep.
So, anything else before we get into Knuckles and Jawbones and fights?
How did Philly actually add the 1 to the heart symbol? Like, how do you add the 1?
If you hover over rather than clicking it and you hit a number on your keyboard, it'll put that number on the symbol. And Sil, I'm gonna also I'm gonna take the flying marker off of you and put the regeneration on you.
Okay.
Since you have 1 as well.
Oh, okay. I thought we only had 4, so I was confused.
And then to eat those, what type of action is it?
What is?
To eat the apricot mid-fight, what type of action is it?
Minor. So it's a minor action. Now keep in mind, if you do not have a free hand, you're going to have to go through some extra hoops in order to eat it. So for example, Drock, if you want to use it, you're going to have to drop your flail out of your hand and then use the minor to eat the apricot, and then you need a minor action pick your weapon back up. So it effectively will take you 2 minors to go from I want to use this to I eat it, from the way that I do things.
And sorry, can a move action be converted to a minor?
It can, yes.
Okay, I always got those backwards. Cool. Okay. Yeah, we had 4 new ones. I had 1 still remaining, which is why there's now 5 blood apricots enhanced.
And for clarity, that is a bit of a house rule on my part. So by actual rules, you would have to minor action, put your weapon away, minor action, pull out the apricot, minor action, eat the apricot. So it would take 3 minor actions. But I think that's dumb. So I don't think it's unreasonable for you to draw it and eat it, draw it and use the consumable in the same thing, as long as you have a free action, or as long as you have a minor action to use. And if you're going to use a minor action to pull your weapon back out, it's not unreasonable for you to just drop it on the ground as a free action and then minor action to pick it up off the ground.
You
Yeah.
just Yu-Gi-Oh that shit.
It's right. And in a couple of levels, Drock will have trap cards for people to activate, and it'll be beautiful. All right. So if you are ready to go, and we are done with moving apricots around in surges and doing recap, hit a 1 for me in chat. If there's something else you guys want to go over, let me know.
I might be interested to see if Griffel can turn the power back on before the end of this combat, because we might be able to get the elements bound.
Right. Let me see to that.
In this area, the power is still on. And you guys had found out previously from coming in here that the ship had let you know that the whatever was going on in primary engineering, something had gone through one of the containment barriers, and there were 4 containment barriers still standing.
Oh, right. And we saw the dragon is like trying to get to what is potentially the
The
power supply.
manifold warp drive is
The
what it was
manifold
called,
warp drive.
which
Was it
sounds
called
important.
Does.
that?
Manifold something drive might not have been warp.
I have to look it up.
Hello.
1 second. So it is the spatial rift generator is the heart of the ship, but there are spatial manifolds that are part of it, and it was talking about these 5 walls were the spatial manifold couplers. And
That's what I was thinking.
there are 5 of them, and 4 of them are still active.
Okay.
Cool. Yay, Technobabble. All right.
Wait, say it one more time. Was it trying to reach the?
Attempting to reach the spatial rift generator.
Okay.
Have you tried
Sounds
reversing the polarity?
So wait, we're in tertiary armory? Or
Currently, you guys are in primary engineering. So primary, secondary, and tertiary armory are all the middle section of the ship.
okay, and the things that
manifest-
are normally in the armory are now in primary engineering.
correct.
Okay.
So the manifest tells you where everything is supposed to be, not where everything currently is.
Got it.
Cool. 3, 5, 6. No, I see 5 still.
There I am.
Cool. All right, so you come in, the doors slide open. You see this enormous orb in the center of the room that's sort of shedding light everywhere, that's spinning very slowly. There are a couple of consoles around the side of it that are currently closed, they're kind of capped off. And you see that there are a couple of ways into this from other side areas. And then there is the enormous riot suppression elemental that's standing in front of you, that is this sort of mass of stones around a glowing core. There are 4 of the riot suppression elementals, which are winged ice creatures that are flying around the interior. And then on the far side of the room, kind of separated from the fire suppression elementals, are 2 steam elementals that seem to be sort of getting like wavering back and forth on the edge of the kind of whirl of flame and the heat mirage that is coming off of this furnace dragon as it is attempting to claw its way through the barricade. And as the door opens and things sort of react to you, everything turns as you come in. The steam elemental number 1, as the start of our initiative, is still mostly focusing on enjoying the heat and bathing in the presence of the dragon, and is not going to do anything on its initial turn. Drock, you're up.
Great. I was just reading some stuff. I'm going to. Gary, I thought my aspect of bitter ice was a daily. Oh, it is.
Aspect of
There it
bitter
is.
ice.
Yeah, I was reading the wrong spot. Okay, I haven't used that. I think I am going to use that on the Riot Suppression Elemental.
Okay.
$19 to hit.
Hang on. Is that the augment or is that the actual attack?
That's the actual attack.
Okay, because I don't. So you don't actually spend, and the initial thing, it doesn't have any augment cost with it.
Correct.
It gives you that extra thing at the end.
Yeah, it basically puts me in the stance, and then I have to use the augment 1 with other attacks.
Okay. So you raise your weapon up. Everyone else around you sees this flowing force of cold and ice sort of emanate from Drock, gather around his weapon, and he strikes down into the Riot Suppression Elemental for a unfortunate miss.
Dang.
But it still does half damage and slows on a miss.
Yes.
Although you don't have that in there.
Some beefy boy.
Yeah, I did. My macro's broken, I think. Yeah, so the miss is half damage and slow. Save ends. And then, yeah, I assume the aspect of bitter ice.
Yep. Probably you did the criminal charge of attempting to use commas in your nested macro.
Probably.
All right, so that's your standard action. What else, sir?
I will use Battle Mind's Demand on him.
Okay.
Finding buttons. And I think that'll be it for this turn.
All right. So our Riot Suppression Elemental is going to fly up over here. He's going to get into the middle of the room so he can sort of see what's going on. Actually, he's going to be a little bit closer. Let's see. Does he want to get that close? Probably not. So he's going to get to here. He only got one person in range, but so ignore the second attack roll here. But he's going to fly up, and as he flies to the center of the room, he's going to have like one dramatic wing beat down and shoot a little dagger of ice towards Drock. So again, ignoring the secondary attack roll, that's 25 versus your reflex for 10 points of cold damage.
So 5 points because my aspect reduces it by 5.
Excellent, yeah.
Glad you held on to that, to be honest. I feel like you're going to get the shit beat out of you. this fight.
Hey, if 4 of them are going to be doing ice damage, I'm glad I used that aspect.
So it's going to come forward. Yeah, he doesn't really want to get that close. He's just going to go after the one target that he can see. Well, the one target that he feels like getting close to. So same thing, ignore the secondary attack roll. So 26 for 12, so 26 for 7. Our steam elemental still hasn't really been engaged, so it's going to be happy to chill there in the back. 1 minute, you're up.
Okay. So I could do Dimensional Scramble, which could activate Griffel's ability to reroute things. Is that something we want to try at this point?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I will do Dimensional Scramble. Hang on one sec. Let me just think about if I need to augment this.
So I fixed my macro, rolled again, and got a critical.
Nice, as you should do. You guys should see how many criticals I roll while I'm testing the macros of the monsters.
All right, I'm not going to augment this. Okay, so it is a 3x3 square. Let me draw that real quick. Okay, so I can only get 2 of them.
The riot suppression elemental is marked by me, so I prefer him to not leave. But if you want to grab
Okay.
the other 2, maybe.
Okay, yeah, so then I will grab the other 2.
That's why it's high
Thank you.
fortitude. Just as I don't know if that's
True. Okay. All right. So, and both of them are not flanked by anybody, so I get +2 to attack.
So they do not have anyone adjacent to them, so you would get your bonus.
Yes. Cool. All right.
Ooh,
So
look at that.
one of many sends out this wave of psionic energy, and Griffle, you get this like ear-splittingly loud alarm bell echoing through your brain from that helmet.
God,
Saying
turn the volume down.
and as the kind of alarm's going off, you can somewhat hear over it the sound of what you guys call the ship's computer Plucky, right? The ship's computer say dimensional anomaly detected in close range of spatial manifold.
Oh no.
It is like it is somewhat painful to listen to the spatial rift generator. So it says the dimensional anomaly detected near spatial rift generator, and gives you this horrible, painful warning. You're not going to be able to use the helm's ability to redirect people in here, and also you can tell if that happens again, it's going to be very distracting and might be physically painful for you.
Maybe don't do that one.
I will
Gary,
win. Sorry.
Gary says no.
It does function, by the way. So the power will function normally in here, but the ship's sort of anti-teleportation or controlled teleportation thing in this area functions differently than everywhere else in the ship for reasons that you guys do not have any information about yet.
Plucky set volume to 50%, please.
All right. So what do you want it to be?
So it would function normally, so they would be adjacent to the burst.
Yes.
Okay.
Think of space into or in. Yeah. Sorry.
It has to be adjacent. Yeah. So can it be kitty corner? Like, could I do it right here?
So
Okay.
like
I think like line them up. That's probably best for everybody, right?
You group them
Ooh.
closer.
Yeah, like what
can't.
about here?
Oh yeah, I could do one here. That's better. Okay.
like this.
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
For anybody that's got like bursts or
Good
blasts.
point.
Also, a minor thing, if you are going to be painting things in the map, it is much easier for me to see if you use the arrow tool.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Well, that is my turn. Although, should I action point? I mean, they are grouped up so nice. Maybe
They are grouped up.
I will do that. I will action point. So let's do dishearten, and I will do it here.
Okay.
And I will augment 1, 2. I will augment 2. Okay. All right. And so for the fire suppression elementals, they still are not adjacent to enemies. So I still get +2 to them.
So if you're using Cunning Stalker, if that's the way you're doing this, then no,
Yes.
because they are now adjacent to each other.
Oh, I see. No. Right. Okay.
So basically,
All
the way
right.
Cunning Stalker works is they have to be alone, or you have to be the only person next to them.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So here we go on that.
Let's see, 17, 29, 17. So 17's on the little guys will both connect, and the 29 will definitely connect on the riot suppression. So 11 to everybody and -3 to hit. 11 And go ahead and please put your action point on the table for me. Thank you. And we will toss out our attack penalties here. So -3 to each of them. The 2 smaller elementals are both bloodied.
Fun.
Nicely
Uh,
done.
Gary, the large elemental was hit. Oh, with a 29. Never
Yeah,
mind.
29. I didn't have
Yeah,
to check.
that's not very much information there. Oh gosh.
Anything else from one?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Syl, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna fly forward next to Drock, and then use my shroud on the riot suppression elemental,
Okay.
and then I'm going to use Gloom Thief, not invoking my shroud.
Okay.
Um, oh no.
14 versus Fortitude is not going to connect. I'll double check, but I'm like 99% sure it is not.
Okay. All right. Well then.
Save your shrouds for the good rolls, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Your macro says versus AC and then number
Yeah,
versus
it is.
fortitude.
Oh, I need to change that. Sorry.
That's all good.
My macros still need to be edited.
So it is versus fortitude though.
Gloom Thief is versus AC, but his AC is also higher than 15.
Right. Cool.
Oh, the giant rock guy has a higher than 15 AC. Who'd have thunk?
He's a rock. He doesn't have any vulnerable spots.
Sorry, I'm not trying to bingo you. I'm just trying to understand what the rest of the party can do. So
No, it's good.
Totally fine.
And the whole point of macros is to make it easier for everyone to understand what's going on. So if the macros are unclear, then making them clear is a goal. So you've move, free, and standard. Do you have a minor action, or do you want to action point? So
I will minor
Or-
action. I will cast my shade form to become insubstantial.
okay. So mark yourself as insubstantial on your token.
Okay.
And it will be Phil's turn.
Oh. Yeah. Let's see. I just want to see if I can kill these elementals right now. Okay, let's do it. Let's do Fires of Judgment. That's fun. Go here. Right there. Did you catch that?
Fire Judgment, the first one?
Yes. One burst. First one.
Okay. Yeah, if it's, I want your attention on this square. Arrow's great. If you want to actually like draw at a burst, the draw tool is a little better for that.
Okay. I just have used the arrow as my multi-tool. I know this is in alphabetical order, but I don't know my alphabet, so that's kind of an issue. Are all of them larger than me, Gary?
Actually, they are not. The fire suppression elementals are small size, so they are the same size as you.
Okay.
And their token isn't just because roll 20.
23, 23, 24 versus reflex.
I'm nearly positive that's going to be 3 solid hits. It is indeed 3 solid hits. So 19 fire to the 2.
And then actually 20 fire to the big guy. +1. That's for ankle biter.
So you see when the wave of fire washes over the 2 fire suppression elementals, that their sort of exterior coating of ice melts a little bit, and you see that they are covered in this sort of slick surface of water rather than being completely made of ice for a little while. You think maybe that them taking direct fire damage might have weakened them slightly, but they have some way to recover from it. All right, damages are out, and our golem is also bloodied.
That's fun. Wait, they didn't die?
No, they did not die.
They are meant to suppress fires. I'm assuming they withstand it.
They're definitely bloodied though, and the
No. I'm gonna action point and kill him. I'm mad. Okay, now I'm gonna use just Hand of Radiance on them. 0, 1. Oh my god.
So on the same targets, right? So that's going to be 30
Yes.
for a hit, which is going to kill this one, 22 for a hit, which will kill this one, and then 19 for a hit, which will hit this one for Oh no, this is it doesn't matter. 13 radiant.
19 reflex surely hits a rock.
Yeah, I know, definitely. I meant for the damage, right? Because I was assuming it was fire damage, but it's actually radiant, so I don't have to worry about it.
Yes. I'm mad.
Nice.
And I'm also done. I'm gonna move actually. I'll do that while the next person goes.
I'm gonna need you to probably do that now.
Okay. Oh, it's when I go. Actually, I'm gonna move here. Yeah.
I need to know where you're going to be to make choices.
I moved.
Oh no.
So the furnace dragon turns away from the corridor that it's in and starts to very quickly move, and you see this sort of strange shaking in its body and chest, sort of like the parts of the body that are moving are not quite connected. Like there's like its shoulders, its arms, its head is more floating in around this interior ball of liquid flame. It's going to make its way in, and it's going to use its expanding aura.
Expanding aura. Oh my god.
Oh, it's much faster than that. We go to here. And you see the creature opens its mouth and again has this weird sort of not quite opening its jaw too far like a snake, but rather that the jaw sort of floats away from the head because it is sort of suspended around this core of flame. And then it sees that there are two people, Drock and Phil. I think actually, let me double check with range real quick. I'm almost positive he can hit from there. He can indeed. So it's going to be on Phil and Drock, the two closest creatures. He sends out this jet of liquid flame in a single small, like maybe the width of 3 fingers, jet of flame to splash out on Filibuster. Oh no, actually, it's going to be on.
I'm not trying to say I'm not the closest, but I'm not the closest. You know what I'm saying?
Phil and Sil.
Okay.
And then he's going to kind of move it from one to the other, sort of spraying side to side with this thing of flame. So first target is Filibuster. Second target is Sil. So 17 reflex, I think probably hits Phil, but the 11 against Sil is going to not miss. Or not.
Yeah.
10 ongoing. So do I take it not now?
So
I take it
you mark
later.
on your thing that you've got ongoing fire. What a lot of people do is I think it'll let you show a 0 for ongoing. Yes. Use that for 10.
Okay. But I'm saying I don't take the damage now. I take it
Correct.
at
You do not take it now.
start of my turn.
So it expands up this aura of fire, and as it goes by, you see the steam elementals like very rapidly sort of oscillating back and forth and spinning around. I think that's so I didn't actually show the ability that he used. So he used this ability in order to do that. The double ignition. And I think that's it for the dragon. Griffle, you're up.
Let the DM know if you take
Cool.
ongoing fire damage. No.
Okay, so is there any difficult terrain in the area?
So if you want to climb, if you want to either go on top of the consoles or climb them up onto that central orb, it is going to take a check. Other than that, no.
Okay. So no, like just regular difficult terrain.
Yes, but these consoles that are here that I just marked with that red square, there's one on each side. Those would be difficult terrain to get onto because they're like slanted.
Okay, but
Because of the
all of
covering.
those are in the aura, and I really don't want to be in that aura if I can help it.
Hey, you're resisting elements. I think you're fine.
I don't know, fam. Seems a bit sussy to me.
Sussy.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna go like 1, 2. Can I shift from here to here?
No, that is not a square.
Damn. I guess I'll just slot in next to my buddy Drock
Okay.
rather than provoke the up. I will drop Quarry onto this big bad boy. So we just want to put like green on there. I'll take like the dark green. I don't think anybody uses that, right?
Correct.
If you could put the dark green on the elemental, that would be great.
Cool.
And then I am going to attempt to righteous brand. If I were to be giving people power bonus to attack rolls, who would benefit the most from that?
That depends.
You?
I don't think I can give it to myself. It's one
Yeah,
ally
it
within
has
I
to be an
think
ally.
Morin, one, or I in this case would benefit the most.
So it's
Yeah.
specific to the creature. So it's basically who do they think is going to be attacking the riot suppression elemental next?
Morin.
So it's the end of
I
my
will-
next turn. It's the end of my next turn, so everybody's going to get an attack between now and then.
Right, but it's
Um,
but making it clear that it's to that creature if anyone else is planning on attacking the dragon or something like that.
Yes, yeah. So can you guys let me know, like, I guess,
It does have to be a melee attack roll. I'm reading this.
does it?
Yes.
Really?
You
Oh,
might
then it
want to
should
give
be
it to Drock.
Yeah, if it's melee only,
Wait,
then me.
really?
I'm reading it with
I
my
thought it was
eyeball.
just any attack. Yeah, no, I believe you. I just
Yeah.
I must have
I
recorded.
can
this
see it as
wrong.
clearly as the corpse of that robot.
Oh man.
I mean, you still have two people that have quite a bit of melee, so it's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
between Phil and Drock probably.
I
Melee
will
attack
poke the
rolls. Yeah,
rock with
okay.
my stick if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give it to Drock. If I hit it, it's only on a hit, so. I swear I reordered this stuff. Oh, there we go. So no attack bonuses that I know of, right? No damage bonus. Oh wait, hold up. Yeah, no damage bonuses. So 22 versus AC.
22 AC does connect.
Excellent.
Surprising, actually.
So, Drock,
He's a
you
good
get
roll.
+3 power bonus to your to any melee attack you make before the end of my next turn against the elemental.
Nice.
And is that it?
I believe I will save my action point for now.
Okay. Do you want to do your quarry damage as well?
Oh yes, good call. Sorry, getting back into the swing of things. Where is it?
Morning time D&D.
Yeah, you guys might have to bear with me. I'm also getting used to, like, I've only played this character in combat like once before, so. Where is
Wait,
my
alright.
bonus damage? I'm also new to playing in Roll20 as well. So.
Yeah. So 1 extra damage. Okay. Is done. Thank you. The elemental is still
One
alive,
damage.
but it's not doing well. Fire Suppression Elemental is going to get out of that aura. Step 1.
None of these are undead, right?
None of these are undead. Correct.
Just in case.
So it's going to fly over to there, I believe. And then the DM is going to double check He's either going to end there or 1 square up, but I'm going to make sure that this thing, I don't think this targets elementals. So it does not. So he's going to come, he's going to stop here. And you see as it kind of flutters out of the aura of heat that it has these sort of glistening outer exposed wings. And you see when it opens up its wings, they get much bigger than the creature for just a second. And then this cascade of sort of slush, like half water, half ice, blasts out of it, covering an area, kind of like what you'd think like a magical version of like a fire extinguisher. So it's going to be a close blast 3. So it's going to be Syl, Drock, and Griffle in that order. Luckily, the crit is on the person that's not there.
Is it not on me as well?
No, it's a blast 3, so he can't hit you.
Oh, okay.
That.
Okay.
And I am going to switch my color for a second to
No
blue.
crit.
Yeah, the
God
crit
bless.
isn't against anything. So it does leave a zone on the ground. So I think the only person I had a chance of hitting is 18 reflex on Syl. Does 18 hit your reflex?
It does not. I have 19 reflex.
Nice. So no damage. No effect on a miss other than it is now an area of icy ground that you'd asked about difficult terrain. Now there's difficult terrain. Morin, you're up.
Okay. So I'm going to use my Armor of Dark Majesty. I can see the dragon, right?
Yes.
Okay. So my Armor of Dark Majesty is going to place a curse on the dragon.
Okay.
And then for my movement, I'm going to convert it to a minor, and I'm going to curse the Riot Suppression Elemental.
All right. What color do you want to use for your curse? I think you had a color last fight.
I do not remember what that color was. I think it might have been... yeah, yellow works.
Yellow.
Okay.
All right, and the Riot Suppression Elemental is also cursed. Cool.
Yeah. And then I'm going to use Hand of Blight against the Riot Elemental.
Sounds good.
So I should be myself. Does he have any bonuses to attack?
He does not. Does Morin have any bonuses to attack? No. The creature does not have any negatives to defense either.
Okay. I am going to use my Fell Might.
Okay.
And then I will use my...
22 versus Fortitude. Does that include your curse?
Let's see. It's two. My curse I think just gives me... Oh, that. Sorry, I thought you were talking
Yes.
about the attack.
Includes your curse damage. 22 definitely hits, so 22.
Yeah,
but
22, but no, it doesn't have. I was looking where is these? Up there.
Big damage.
Yeah, it's really, really solid hit. So if he survives, he is now wearing the flag of shame.
Where's my Mind Bite curse?
You have a button that just
I've
does
seen
that.
you use
I
it
do.
before. Yeah.
There we go. There it's another
Oh.
12. So it's 34.
34. 34 is enough to get the words. Describe your kill. What does it look like as you take out the Riot Suppression
Wow.
Elemental before it even gets its turn?
No.
A little disappointing. So I hit him with Hand of Blight. So I just kind of like this dark energy swirls around my hand, and then I like hurl it at the Earth Elemental, and the yellow core inside him kind of like dims out, and then the rocks crumple into a pile.
Yeah. Since he was going next, we'll also kind of do it as like him. I want to show you what his thing actually does. So when he starts to do it, then he gets just like blasted right in the chest. So this is his riot suppression attack, which would have been against the 3 people in front of him.
Oh baby.
Oh my
Good
gosh.
job, everybody.
So
Ent-
my eyes kind
enters
of
the-
widen in surprise. And I'm like, Drock, I'm sorry that I stole that from you.
Hey, he was about to cream me. I'm good.
It's about to cream all of us.
That's
So
brutal.
he dies, right?
Yep, he's gone.
Okay, so I get my Fell Might back.
Could
Correct.
And
not lethal. Not. We want to repair them, right?
These are the elementals, not the
not the drones.
not the
Golems.
drones. I had the same thought though.
And then I'll have my Dark Reaping for my next attack.
Nice. Anything else from Morin?
No. That'll
All
be it
right.
for-
Yo, warlocks are way cooler in 4E than 5E.
No,
No
I like it.
kidding.
All right, so let's see. What is our movement speed? I believe it's pretty good. Oh, yes. It is.
I want to say classes are way cooler in 4 than 5.
Yeah, but I feel like this in particular, I'm just like, holy, he just like blew that shit up. It was cool.
So our dude is going to come up to here. And he is going to place another one of those zones. Now, being in 2 zones doesn't do anything. Like it doesn't make it, extra difficult terrain.
Double
But
slow.
in case you have anything that does anything to it. So it's going to be blast. First attack is Syl. Second is Drock. Third is Filibuster. As it comes, flies through that aura of flame. You see its wings get all slick, and then it reaches up and then sends this wave of fire suppression down. Nomad. Oof. So 21 reflex on Syl, which I believe will connect, and the 22 reflex on Phil will also connect.
Well, yes.
So the 2 of you guys, 17 points of cold damage, and you are slowed. Save ends.
Does insubstantial affect that at all?
It does. Mm-hmm. You get half
Okay.
damage.
Wait, wasn't Syl first?
So Syl is. Oh, you're correct. So Syl was the 11. Sorry. So
Okay.
Syl got missed. Then Drock is the 21, and then Filibuster is the 22.
Okay. Cool.
So
So
12
that's-
points of damage.
Yeah. So Drock takes 12. Phil takes 17.
Yep.
And you are slowed. Save ends. If you will mark yourselves when you get a moment. Top of the round, the steam elementals see that there's stuff going on. This one flies through, hissing and sputtering. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to here. It wants to stay inside of the aura. The aura is lovely. It sees the fire suppression elementals doing their thing and creating this area where there's no fire, and that's just rude. It likes areas of fire. It is a big fan of areas of fire. It is such a big fan of areas of fire that it's going to decide that one of those areas of fire needs to be right here.
The dangerous Venn diagram.
Well, I mean, if your defender's in the middle of the Venn diagram, it's less dangerous than if other things are in the middle.
Oh,
So
I'm
it is
happy
going
with the Venn
to be
diagram
a
personally.
Wave of boiling rain on top.
So that can be the same order: Syl, Drock, Griffle.
Syl, Drock, Griffle. Yep. So everything's always going to be in book order unless I explicitly say otherwise.
When you say book order, what do you mean?
So top left to bottom right, like you're reading a book.
Okay.
Oh, right.
In America, for you Canadians and Australians, Kiwis, sorry,
Yeah, where everything is upside down.
who knows?
Yeah,
what
we
you
read
said.
from bottom right to top left.
That's
So-
Japanese.
You read
So if you guys can see
counterclockwise.
me moving the guy around, that's book order. Cool.
Regret stepping forward.
So 16 does miss. So there's nothing because the ongoing is only if you're hit, right?
And it's half damage on a miss. So you get 4 points of fire damage if you're missed.
Ah, there it is. Yeah, missed that.
And that is it for my steam elemental. Drock, you're up.
Okay.
Keep in mind, if you did get hit by that attack, you have ongoing 5 fire.
All right. So we said the blood orange would take a minor, basically 2 minors to pull off because I have no open hands, which will be the minor and the move technically, and I could
Mhm.
use the apricot. And then can I still do a charge if I've used my move? Because the charge is a standard.
Yes, you can. One thing I do want to note here is that the only legal target will be this elemental. So you won't be able to target anything else with a charge.
Oh, I thought it was at least 2 squares, but I guess it's directly at, right? I can't then do, yeah. Okay.
Like you don't have movement speed 7 to get over to this element to the dragon. You do have here, and then these guys only have 1 square for each direction. So
Yeah, and would going past the fire suppression elemental cause an opportunity attack?
it would also keep in mind that you are slowed and in difficult terrain. So
Okay,
you,
so
if you
probably not
move,
the
you get
best.
1 square. So your movement is a total of 1. So it is, unless you get rid of that slow, it is impossible for you to charge anyone right now.
Got it. Okay, let me just take a quick look.
Can I save from my ongoing damage or no? I guess it wasn't listed in the ability.
Yes, it is save-ins.
Okay.
Burn until you die.
I don't know if I can heal and attack unless I action point. I'm gonna probably do the apricot. So what's that? 1 healing surge, and I get my surge value plus 2d8.
Mm-hmm. So you spend a surge, and then you gain a surge plus 2d8. So a surge plus 4.
Yay. Okay. I don't really think there's much else I can do is the problem. All right, well, I'll use I guess I'll just convert my standard action into a minor and use Balmind's Demand on Elemental 2.
Okay. I mean, yeah, getting locked down when you need healing in an area of difficult terrain is pretty rough.
Yep. All right, I think that'll be it for my turn.
The steam elemental number 2. Will not be able to get quite as far up, but I think he only needs to get within 10. He will enjoy being in this lovely, lovely toasty fire. And he's going to drop some boiling rain over on top of Syl, Drock, and Filibuster. So,
Boiling rain.
boiling rain, step 1, Filibuster. How much ongoing damage do you have right now?
10.
Take 10 damage.
That's rude. Man, I wasn't gonna heal my turn. That's
So the boiling rain is before the attack, non-elemental creatures in the burst take fire damage equal to the amount of ongoing fire they have. So the attack first deals you 10 points of fire. Then it's going to do 14, 15, and 25. So I think the only hit there is going to be Phil for 12 points of extra fire damage. On a miss, you guys take 6 points of fire damage.
I'm unconscious. Grr.
So I'm also going to mark the 5 for the ongoing fire. So for clarity's sake,
it's 15
yeah,
total though, right?
No. So this is why I wanted to clarify why I'm marking it separately. So if you are taking ongoing from the same type, you have both effects on you, but you only take the highest one. So if you're taking ongoing 10 and ongoing 5, you have 2 saves to make, but you only actually take 10. You don't take 15.
That's whack.
And yeah, Steam Elemental's happy with how that went. 1 a minute, you're up.
Okay. Yeah. know that I really have anything great right now because none of them are super grouped up.
Hey, Gary. Gary.
Yes.
While am I forced to use the Fey power that reses me?
You'll have to link it to me. I don't think so, but I would.
It says trigger, you are reduced to 0 hit points or fewer. I
Yeah.
guess
So
it's just a power.
if it's a no action, then you can use it whenever you want as long as you're getting reduced to 0 or lower. It depends on what type of action it is. I don't know what you'd have to link the power.
No action. I was just wondering.
Yeah. So basically, sort of like what we talked about with the Medallion of Death Deferred, you can wait until you would die otherwise and then use it.
Okay.
Sorry,
I'm
go
a
ahead.
hard mamma jamma to kill.
Yeah, I think I might actually delay my turn and see if I can get a more advantageous.
Oh, you will. Don't worry. I got you.
So
Yeah.
you want the dragon to come towards you. Got it.
Yeah, I like it. I like everybody to just, get a little closer into that that bottleneck there.
Still, you're up.
Okay. Fire suppression elemental 2. Is it bloodied?
It is undamaged.
Undamaged. Oh, okay.
Everything else on the board is undamaged at this time.
Yeah. Nothing currently has taken any damage. You guys basically funneled all your damage into the riot suppression elemental and then his two buddies.
Oh, okay. Fun.
You did good job focus firing.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna move, I guess, over here to get out of these AoEs,
Okay.
this difficult terrain. And then I'm gonna cast my shroud on fire suppression elemental 3.
So there's a note, you did have to fly to get over there.
Okay.
You would not have so you only have a movement speed of 2, and that is
Mhm.
difficult terrain. So if you couldn't fly, you couldn't have done that.
Oh, okay. All right, and then I will cast Shadow Storm on Fire Suppression Elemental 3, invoking my shrouds. My shroud,
Okay.
yeah.
So put them on, take them off. Go ahead.
Yep.
28 is definitely a hit for 12 points of damage, and give me your shroud damage as well, please.
Okay.
There's nobody adjacent to the target. He's not grouped up, which is what one was unhappy about. So a total of 23 points of damage. It is bloodied. Anything else?
I can't really shadow step in here, so I think that might be it.
You're not sure if you can or if you can't shadow step in here.
Okay.
You've not seen anyone use any teleportation powers.
Well, I was able to teleport things around. Just was not good for Griffle.
Oh, okay. I already used my movement action anyway, so I think never mind.
Okay.
That's me.
One, do you still delay?
I will continue to delay. Yeah.
Phil, you're up.
I will
Have
use
mean,
my
intended.
shallow grave armor. Boom.
So one quick thing. So at the beginning
Yes.
of your turn, you get basically a bunch of things that happen at once.
Yep.
Just for clarity's sake, I'm going to
I will
assume you
use
choose
them
to.
after those things happen.
Yes, you take the damage first, and then you get up.
You're correct. I don't like burning. So 2, 1, or I guess 0 plus whatever my surge value is. I should
You go up to effectively having a surge worth of hit points left.
which is 10. Then I will use Thunder of Judgment on these 3 fools right here. 1 here, 2, 3. Thunder of Judgment, if I could find it. Is the steam elemental larger than me?
Yes, the steam elemental is medium.
Okay. Do
Those
any
are
of
rolls.
those hit?
I'm gonna say pretty certain that none of them do.
Great, let's do this.
As an ally, not you. You are not your own ally.
Rick, we talked about this last time.
We did. So unfortunately, that is 3 non-successful attacks.
Let's. Oh wait, do I still? But they take half damage, don't they, or something?
It's an encounter power, so no. That'd be a beast encounter power if they took half damage.
Man, I feel useless. I gotta heal
Actually,
myself.
15 fort was against one of the fire suppressions.
15
no,
fort
It's
against
the 15
fire
doesn't
suppression
actually-
elemental 2.
Elemental 2s, because their fort's kind of trash. So the 15 does hit.
Okay, push it here, please, Senior.
I'm trying to see which one of those damage rolls. It is 16 on this guy. Okay.
Plan almost worked. It's also dazed.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to heal myself because I'm a sad boy. Oh, I'm also prone, correct?
You're not, because the armor says, and you stand up.
Oh, wow, look at that. Okay.
Question, did you want to heal yourself first? Given what your heal does?
Oh, like give a +2 to attack rolls?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, Gary.
I mean, if your plan was, I'm going to bolt things and then heal myself, there's no reason not to do it the other way around.
Yes, you're correct. That would have been smart. I forget about that part of it.
I don't, like, I say this because, not because I'm going to taunt you by telling you to
Yes.
do it next time. If you're going to do that, I'm going to assume that those things had +2 to hit.
Yeah, let's do it that way.
Cool. So,
Oh, and a 6? Oh, that's the best roll I've ever had in my life.
nice. That means it's going to be 3 hits because you barely missed everything's fortitude.
Okay,
15.
put that there as well, if it doesn't die.
It does not die.
Okay, and then I don't want to push the steam elemental.
Okay.
And then they're all dazed.
Everybody days.
Don't push it that
Huh? Why don't you walk up, son?
Phil, did you make your saving throw versus being slowed?
Might I not?
Do I make a saving throw against all of them separately?
Yes.
So I need 3 saving
3
throws.
saves to make. So
Boom,
I always
boom,
do them in the
boom.
order on your token unless someone says otherwise. So you saved against the ongoing 10. You did not save against the ongoing 5 or against the slow.
Okay, I'll put that to 5 then. So
Still, did you roll a saving throw and then fail?
I did not.
Please make a saving throw.
Okay. The D20.
It should be a button that says save on. You have a button called saving throw. That one.
Oh, I do have a button called saving throw.
See, you just
Dang.
have all of your things outlined in green, and it works really well every time.
just do this forehead. Can you mark the steam elemental as dazed, please?
I will indeed.
You said my speed was 1 because I'm slowed and in a difficult terrain.
So it's technically 2. So moving through your speed is 2 because you're slowed. Moving through a square of difficult terrain takes an additional square of movement. So you're getting out of difficult terrain. It doesn't take any extra squares of movement. So you could move 1 extra square if you wanted to. Basically, movement doesn't care where you start. It just cares about what you're walking through.
Yes, I have scared myself, so I'm gonna step here. I was brave, and now I'm scared. And now my turn is end.
1. Hey,
Yeah.
look, there's a bunch of clustered things together that are all dazed.
Yeah, I like that. So seeing this great
I did it for
opportunity.
you.
Thanks,
Oh
buddy.
What a mess.
Yeah, so I'll target here for dishearten, and that should get 3 of them.
Mhm.
See how this goes. And I will do augment 2.
Looking at, did you include combat advantage in those attacks?
No.
Okay, so I believe because they are days, so they are granting combat advantage.
Okay.
25,
So
18,
the
20.
16 is against the will of our elemental, which makes that 3 hits for a dead, and then 17 on these guys. And they are both bloodied.
Nice. And then I will shift back 1 square. My boots of the fencing master, giving me reflex and AC. And that's my turn.
Right. Furnace Dragon. He gets to take his turn. He got a big aura. He's going to come down to
Pretty
there.
big.
So he gets to the edge of the
Oh my god.
he gets to the edge of the zone of cold, and he flaps his massive wings and takes off to fly over the area of difficult terrain. So it is now flying here.
Now, Gary, I guess we'll find out later, but does the elemental resistance do anything? It doesn't provide like combat stuff really, but it kind of makes us feel normal.
No, I mean, one of the other things in the ritual table may have had resistance to it that could have been used in
Yes,
combat.
I know. I also could have used the empowered ritual.
But that was one of the black ones, right?
No, the empowered ritual that we got from the kit.
No, but the greater elemental resistance. I think you told
Yes.
us what that did.
I did not. Well, actually, I think I did, but the bigger one does not give you resistance in combat either. But so he move action goes to there, and then I believe he's gonna spread the inferno. Yeah, let's start there.
Spread the inferno.
So you're in the aura. Now you can see what the aura does. So here's what his aura of withering heat does.
Take no immediate actions. Fun.
So he is going to spread the inferno.
Oh no.
Minor action.
Shift, shift, shift.
Any effect on the
And here,
dragon
I
that
think.
includes
Let's see.
shifts in speed each time dragon enters. Gary, this is a very mean fight. And I just want to let you know, I've not even gotten to use this spaceship before. Effectively.
So
Oh
he's
my
going to go
God.
through everyone as he moves along. Actually, he might not be able to hit everybody. Hang on.
Except for Sil.
That's what I'm trying to see. Can he hit everybody? 1,
I don't think he can hit me.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh no, that's 9. 10. He can't hit everybody. So he takes off, flies, and then he's going to move through and smash people. Now, when he enters your space, you get to take an attack of opportunity. He is provoking attacks.
I thought you said it was shifting. Is that?
Yes, but he's still entering your square. If someone enters your square, you get to smack him.
Okay.
So, Sil, you're first. Do you want to attack him?
Yes.
It's a very pointed, do you want to? Oh no.
Is this just an MBA?
Yep. It's an opportunity attack, so it's a basic attack.
Okay.
I removed my NBA from my bar.
Where is that?
Mm.
Sorry, I'm not seeing it on my.
I see ranged basic attack. You do not have melee basic attack in there that I can see. Although I know you have a macro for melee basic attack.
I remember making one.
It might not be on your bar, it might just be in your journal.
It is. So it's now on your bar. So click off your token, click it back again.
Sorry, ready?
I don't think I have a basic melee macro.
21 AC will connect for 11 points of damage.
My basic melee macro is not updated.
and you hit him. So he will flash fire you. So his burning body, as your weapon strikes into it, shunts off 4 points of fire damage onto you.
That's what I was talking about.
And now he is going to claw you.
No.
And now he will
So 18 reflex.
L.
That does
Miss.
not hit. Yeah.
Excellent. He's going to fly over. Drock. He's provoking an attack of opportunity from you.
100% of getting crit.
Nice. We're attacking. I saw it. Lost it. There it is. Wow.
16, I do not believe connects. It does not. So claw to you. 17 reflex for 19 points of damage.
So 17 is equal, so that hits, right?
Mm-hmm. Griffle.
Wow.
Wow.
Hit for 14. And
Now,
you take.
can I do my quarry damage?
He is not currently quarried, but
Right. Sorry, my bad. I
But you
do
did
get
roll
some
max.
bonus damage. I do get some bonus damage. So let me hit the.
7 fire. Oh my god.
Okay, so I get
2
plus
extra
2
damage.
damage of at least one. Yep.
So 16 damage to him, and you take 7 from the.
Cool. Oh,
Great.
and can I? It's because it's Righteous Brand is my MBA. I'm gonna give it to Drock again. So you've got a +3 power bonus to melee attack rolls against him until the.
Nice. Yeah, I think I've teased you too much about missing on the first combat. That I'm missing this combat.
Yeah.
So a +3 will be awesome.
Yep.
All right, so 27 for 21 on Griffle.
Oof. So 21 damage total, right?
21 damage total.
By the way, this is
so
this dragon's
Huh?
minor action, right?
this is the minor action, yes.
Yeah, this is what we call fucked up. I am not going to take a melee basic.
Okay.
I can't risk hitting it.
21 reflex.
That's damage.
Oops. Wait.
Yeah, this is why we have to befriend the dragon. We can't fight the dragon.
Morin, attack or no?
No.
Okay. 14
misses.
for 11. Miss. And then one of many, attack or no?
So it would just be a melee basic. I
Melee basic.
don't think so.
Okay.
Not worth.
28 for 14.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Nice
God.
minor action, Gary.
His aura massively decreases as he has used an enormous amount of his fire energy.
Hey, Sil, you take care of those elementals. We'll focus on the dragon, you know?
All right, I'll do my best.
So he's going to charge to here with this standard action. And he's going to charge the person that didn't get hit. Morin, hi.
Hi. Good dragon.
An elemental.
I'm sorry, I thought it was an elemental.
Woo! Total miss.
And then he is going to action
He's going
point.
to breathe.
Wait, you need to action point to breathe?
Oh, no. You don't have to action point to breathe.
Whew, thanks.
Oh, it's not going to breathe on us? I thought that's why it grouped us up. That seemed a little obvious to me.
I mean, breath weapon sounds like a thing that dragons have.
Good thing this is an elemental.
So it is going to double attack on Phil and 1.
What did I ever do to this dragon? I just want to. I never hit it. Never looked at it weird.
You have ongoing fire, so
I do have ongoing fire.
well, that's exactly what he would like. All right, so let's do a claw at Phil. and then a bite at 1. 1 does not have any ongoing fire. Right? Yeah.
Yep.
25 for 14 fire.
Yeah,
So-
that will connect.
Do I take the ongoing fire damage as well?
No.
Or why do you ask if I have ongoing fire? Does that affect the damage?
It does not affect the damage. It affects his who he targets, and also he gets combat advantage against people taking ongoing fire. So I had +2 to hit you, so that's why I attacked you.
Got it. I see.
And so,
I am-
sorry, just
Go
to
ahead.
be clear, we took damage from him attacking us, but what is with the aura? Let me.
So
He
He
had
said
to
the
have
way
a
this
big
creature
aura
works-
to. Oh, go ahead.
So the way this creature works is he was releasing this aura of intense heat. And once it builds to sort of a critical mass, he sucks in all the heat to himself and then goes through this crazy flurry of motions where the creature's body, its like segments are kind of moving around. Like again, its arms, its leg, its head, everything's only kind of attached to this big flaming core in the middle. And when he sucked in the aura, he then used all of that energy to fly around and smash and lash out at things. And depending on how much energy he actually expended by clawing people and biting people and something, that decreases the size of his aura. It expends his energy. So
Gotcha.
he's now back down to minimum energy, basically. And it's going to have to build back up in order for him to do that again.
Right. Okay. And so, being in the aura right now has no effect on us. It's if we
It's
end our
end
turn
your
in the
turn.
aura. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
And right now it's a very small aura, so it's easy to
Yeah.
get away
Mm-hmm.
from. Griffle, you're up.
Cool. Invigorating stride. Bam.
Okay.
So I'm gonna shift 1, 2, 3, 4 to here. That still leaves me 1, 2. Yep, everybody's within 5.
That is within the wall.
Yes. So I am. So that's
Hang
my
on,
second.
You, you can't go there. That's inside of a wall.
Oh, of course. Sorry, it's hard to see with all the like lines and effects and stuff. Also, are these blue squares like what are they doing? Are they still there?
Yeah, so the ground is covered with the fire suppression, so they're difficult terrain.
Wouldn't
Oh,
the
okay.
fire have like blasted that away?
Sure.
I mean, never hurts to ask a question, right?
So I was thinking that he probably wouldn't have done it. Like he flew over it intentionally and was hitting the people on the far side of it. So it was hitting like Drock and Griffle. But then when I thought about it, he had to start his attack at Syl to hit everybody. So that means he was in full crazy fire mode when he went through
Mhm.
the full thing of the zone.
Alright.
I think it does make sense that happens.
Either way, I'm gonna end up here. I can't go the full side, but that's okay. And then that means I can second wind, which is somewhere. Here it is.
And I gave you your 2 to defenses.
Cool, thank you. So gain back 11, and so everybody within 5 of me, which is everybody, if you are bloodied, you gain 10 temp HP.
And who are you designating as the target of your justice?
Obviously the dragon.
Right.
If I'm unconscious, am I considered bloodied?
Yes.
Does the 10 HP count?
It is temporary hit points, so you're not going to wake up from temps, but it's going to prevent you from, bleeding out, dying in the fire that you're standing in.
Sure.
Okay, so sorry, this is just going to take me a second to work through. So I gain 11 HP, which means I go back up to 29.
So if you haven't
Oh.
used Roll20 before, you can actually click on the red box and do plus whatever you gain, and it'll do the math for you.
Cool. All right, excellent. So my defenses go up by 2 for the rest of this turn. I have a +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls against the dragon, and then allies within 5 who are bloodied gain 10 temp HP.
Yep.
Cool.
It's a pretty
Sorry,
good
that
ability.
was a lot for
Moving a minor.
a move and a minor. And then I will. It's probably not worth. I will drop a healing surge. I will drop a healing word on Philly. You're down again, aren't you?
There might be a better target for that. I would use
Okay.
healing one. That just
Yeah. Okay. That's fair. Actually, yeah. Okay. Yep. So 1.
Okay.
Griffle yells at you. Get in there or out of there, I guess, for you.
+1.
Thanks.
Damn, that's so sad.
I think that happened last
Hey.
time you rolled it too.
I mean, you gave her a surge +1 and 10 temps, so not nothing.
Yeah. Okay, and then I guess no, I'm not gonna action point. Not yet. Hold it. I'll hold it. So yeah, that's my turn.
All right. So got Griffles done, and our suppression elemental is way the hell back here and is dazed. Is he in range of people? Will my mouse ever stop messing up? All great questions. This time on Dragon. Yeah, there's 2 people that are still within range. So let's chuck a knife at Syl and let's see. How smart is he? Smart enough, I guess. So he's gonna chuck a knife at Syl and Drock has him marked, so he will do Syl and Drock. I was gonna do Griffle because he's smart enough to recognize resist cold, being a cold creature, but he's also not gonna want to violate mark. So knife at Syl, knife at Drock. Probably a horrible miss against Syl and a pretty good hit against Drock.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
10 cold, so 5 cold. Are you keeping track of how much damage the aura your daily has prevented you from taking in this fight yet?
15 so far.
Good deal. That's it for the elemental. Morin, you're up.
Sorry, I took that from the wrong health. I got fixed that.
If I'm standing next to this guy and use a ranged attack, is that at disadvantage?
You will provoke an attack of opportunity from him unless you have something that prevents you from doing so. So if you've got like staff expertise or something like that, that'll make it to where you can cast in melee. Otherwise, you need to get away from something before you cast in melee.
I think I do have staff.
I don't remember which way we went when we built your character.
I have
but-
staff expertise and arcane prodigy.
Gotcha. Then yes, this is the occasion where you have staff expertise, so you can attack in melee.
Perfect. Okay, so I am going to attack the dragon with an upsetting onslaught.
Oh, that's upsetting.
We'll find out if it's upsetting for me or him shortly. So I do have prime shot because I am as close to it as anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
There are no other attack modifiers. Is that right?
You are well, it's a ranged attack, so no. Yes, that's a bit.
Okay. So 19 against its will.
19 against its will, it does connect.
Okay, and then I'm going to. My Fell Might is not in this macro, so I'm going to do that separately. But I am going to use my a lot here. So I'm going to use Dark Reaping for an extra 6 damage.
Okay, and then give me your extra damage from.
And then Mind Bite scoring for an extra 10 damage. And then
Okay,
I need to do my Fell Boon, which is 8. Is that right? Or D8, sorry.
I think it's D8. Sounds right.
Okay.
14, 6.
So then another 5.
All right, so a total of 50 points of damage even.
Jesus. And it's going to be Psychic.
Yep.
Okay.
He is bloodied.
Okay, and he's dazed.
He's not dazed. He took the extra damage.
Oh, you had him take the extra damage. Okay.
Mhm.
Let's see.
The dragon would like to be able to act.
Presumably. Okay, so then I am going to move. And if I move out of his melee range, that provokes an attack of opportunity?
If you move, yes. You can also shift one square, and that will not provoke an attack. So you can either move one square without provoking, or you can move up to your full speed and provoke.
Oh, okay.
Basically, 5th edition disengage is you get 5 feet of movement as a move action.
Okay. Let's see.
And I looked away for like 2 seconds and the dragon's bloodied. How much damage did you do? What the
I did 50.
Oh my god.
Damn.
That's right. I used my other daily, which lets me move him. All right. Okay. So then I'm going to shift one space. And I will action point here.
All right. Thank you.
Watch this man
And
one-shot the dragon.
I will use Hand of Blight. Makarut, Blight. No longer have Prime Shot. No attack. Don't have. Okay, so 25 versus Fortitude.
25 forward hits for 10 points of damage.
Yep.
And he will
And
be Flag of Shame.
yes, he will now give combat advantage to everybody else until the end of my next turn.
Yep.
Do not like the flag of shame. Says the sad dragon.
I haven't put that in
And
yet.
the shift was my minor action or my movement action, right?
Correct.
Okay, cool. Yep. So that'll be it for me.
All right. A very productive turn. Steam Elemental numero uno. I don't know if this is correctly macroed. It is not. I'm glad I hit that button. What type of damage is dishearten? 1?
Dishearten is
Because you hit the
Like
3
it-
elementals that are dazed with dishearten, right?
yeah,
Okay. Did
psionic
not mark their
psychic.
attack.
Okay.
It's psychic?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm going to click this. So the steam elemental attempts to regenerate, but it cannot, as it
Ooh,
took psychic damage.
nice.
So is anyone within range of it? I don't think so. Oh, Syl is. Hey, Syl.
Oh no.
Is regeneration just a trait that it has?
It is, correct.
Okay.
It's going to attempt to shoot a smaller, less concentrated version of the dragon's ignition that it shot out, that line of flame towards Syl. And that includes the -3 penalty that it had. So yeah, 20 versus your reflex.
That hits.
So 7 points of fire damage. It doesn't actually say fire damage, but 7 fire and then 5 ongoing fire.
Okay. 15 HP.
Drock, you're up.
All right, so I'm gonna walk through what I'm planning on doing, see if it all makes sense. Am I still slowed? First off,
Did you make a saving throw last turn?
no.
I don't think you did. So make a save, and then that'll answer your question.
We'll get rid of it. Okay, so I'm gonna use Hobgoblin Discipline. Get rid of that.
I'd like to save anyways, because it could still be relevant.
I thought I had made Hobgoblin first.
No,
Right.
so save is at the end of your turn. So you should have made it at the end of your last turn.
Oh, got it.
So yes, you do need the Hobgoblin Discipline. Cool. Carry on.
Fantastic roll there. Okay, so I want to move, let's say, to here. Heal, action point, and then charge at the dragon.
Sure. How are you healing?
Second wind.
Second wind. Have you already used second wind?
Not this round. Not this encounter.
Okay, then yeah, that'll work.
Okay, so I'm going to second wind with a diamond cincher.
Diamond Cincture is different. So you're gonna Diamond Cincture as well.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So it will use the one crystal or one diamond in the cincher, dropping my fortitude by 1. But it'll give me basically all my health back.
Yep.
Okay. And then I'm going to charge at the dragon, and I have combat advantage and the +3, so those
So
stack.
total plus
Correct.
5.
Pardon me?
Plus 5. Oh well, sorry, +6 technically because of charge. So
Which is
charge-
built in.
Yeah. Okay. That's a 0. So you have one too many pluses in that.
Yeah, okay, so 13, 15, 16, 21?
So 13 on the die plus 17, 18. Yeah, you get over 30.
31.
Definitely connects.
Nice.
Sadly, it's for
For
6 points of
6
damage.
Yeah.
damage.
I mean, why not, right?
All right. He takes 6.
Oh, and I had to use my action point for that. 1 sec. Get rid of
I
that.
give Drock a blank stare.
Hey, I'm trying here. All right, I think that's all I can do.
All right.
So I end my turn there, which means
hang on.
-5, right?
Yep. 5 points of damage. You cannot take immediate actions.
Oh, sorry, there was one more thing I want to do. I can use the aspect of Bitter Ice Augment with my charge, right?
I don't know what it says.
I just
so-
threw it on. So the effect, it just adds an effect until the start of my next turn. Any enemy that starts.
No, I need
is-
the effect line from aspect. So
I did. I threw it on.
when in this aspect, you gain resist 5 cold and can use the following augmentation with any of your battle mind at will attack powers. So melee
Okay,
basic
not
is
charge.
is not
Got
an
it.
at will.
Okay. So ignore that then.
Cool. All right.
That's it for my turn.
Yeah, healing.
I was really
Uh,
hoping to sweep in and like finish off the kill that Morin started and did 6.
It did have more than 6 hit points as a.
Well, now we know that.
It was bloodied after 50 damage, right? Or the extra 10.
Now, Gary, take
Uh,
that steam elemental away from me.
Remember, it took a bunch of damage from opportunity attacks from its big flurry.
Oh,
Oh,
Other people did hit it and did deal damage. It did dealt damage back, but it wasn't just the 50 that bloodied it.
sorry,
Right.
Gary. One more thing. I wanted to do my Battle Mind's demand on the dragon. I missed that piece.
I don't think you had an action.
It's just a minor, which I didn't use.
You
I used
did
a
use a
move?
minor for your belt.
Oh,
So Steam Elemental is going to move up. And someone is taking ongoing fire, but they're unconscious, so that's not worth it. There is someone next to the dragon that's not taking ongoing fire. Sure. So let's see. Odds it attacks. So evens, it goes after Drock. Odds, it goes after 1.
whew.
Hey, 1.
Yeah.
I like that
versus
Drock
your-
cheered when he's at
You said-
full health.
I thought you
I
said
was
Drock
like-
was evens.
You did say Drock. Was
I didn't cheer.
Oh. Cool.
But yeah, I was
See,
also trying to think that too. So that should be hitting me, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, so Drock, 20 reflex for 11 damage and ongoing 5 fire.
Yeah.
Aw, I would have
I
missed
said it
it.
wrong.
11.
Yeah, I kind of didn't want to hit the one person who's, conscious. They could have knocked out from that attack.
Also,
Still,
Gary,
you're-
going forward, I think it's wise to use odds for 1, surprisingly.
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Still, so you take 5 points of damage and then begin your turn.
All right, I'm going to. I guess cast my shroud at the fire suppression elemental 2. And then let's see. I guess I'll move in close and cast Shadow Storm on him. Oh, invoking my shrouds too, if that's possible. Are you guys there? I can't hear you.
You are
I'm
here.
there, but
Sorry, I
Yeah.
needed to say something out of game. 26 versus AC definitely connects, and I did hear you're applying and then invoking your shrouds. So 12 points of damage. Plus 10, so 22 damage. Nice.
Surely that is dead.
does
It
he get
is-
+1 damage for each creature adjacent?
Yes. 1, 2, 3.
Wait, is it adjacent to itself?
No.
No, me.
Oh, you said 3.
Oh,
3. Yeah, it is adjacent to the creature is adjacent to Drock, Phil, and 1.
He's
What? No, he went for the elemental.
Oh,
Here.
sorry. So plus 20 is 22, 25. 25.
24.
24. Okay.
What?
It's
Oh.
only adjacent to 2 other things.
It's 12 plus 10 plus 2.
I
is
accidentally
20.
dealt 25 damage to the dragon.
Oh,
I was fixing the damage that I dealt to the dragon.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
All
okay.
right.
Sorry.
I mean, you could leave that. That's fine.
Still attacks
so
the fire suppression elemental. The dragon dies across the room.
No, why am I just being an idiot on what you're actually attacking? For some reason I thought this was a ranged attack, and so I'm just attacking all the wrong targets. All right. So, yes, that does take out the Spider Suppression elemental.
Yeah.
yay.
Yay.
And then I think I should action point to heal myself, maybe.
I mean, if you're just on fire, you could just save.
Okay, maybe I'll just
Maybe
save.
you'll be fine.
I have 10 HP. Makes me very nervous. But yeah, maybe I will just do my saving throw. Is a 15 work?
15 works. Yep. So it's basically just 10 or higher.
Oh, okay, great.
So unless stated otherwise, a saving throw is always 10 or higher succeeds. But for certain things that have bonuses, like for example, Drock is especially good at getting out of slow, so he gets a +2 to that. So he'd only need an 8.
All right.
I mean, he rolls like 3s and 4s to get out of slow, but hypothetically speaking, he's better at getting out of it. Phil.
I'm going to stack the triggers. So I'll take damage, and then can I do that and stand up?
Yes.
So -1. I regained a hit point. I am at 1 life. Also, does regeneration also start at the beginning of my turn? So I get 3. Is that kind of how that works?
So how that power actually works is you have to use it off of your turn, because if you use it right now, it won't start until the beginning of your next turn.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was thinking. Okay, so what I take the ongoing 5, but I have extra health, so it doesn't matter.
Right, but if you get up during your turn, you're gonna start getting health all the way at your next turn.
That's what I'm saying. I'll start it before my turn. Go to right, so I lose a
The
healing
idea
surge.
is that so the way that the trigger works is you take damage basically. You're reduced to 0 hit points or fewer and do not die.
Yes.
So you would have to use this when you took damage from something. If you wait to take the damage at the start of your turn, the effect is at the start of your next turn. So it won't happen until a whole round goes around.
Actually, I'm just gonna stay dead. How about that?
I'm not. I don't mind you using it and just starting this turn, but it is going to be something that I want to be clear about. Is that you would need to use
I
this at
read
some
it and it made sense, and I
Yeah,
was trying to
and
get around it.
if the ability is unclear, or if it didn't work like you thought it did, that's fine. It just means that you start this turn at 1 hit point. You just as a note, you need to use it when you take damage at some point, somewhere that's not on your turn.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna stay down. Actually, I feel like that feels wise. Was it?
Okay. All right. Well, then give me
Yeah.
a saving throw versus the ongoing fire.
Where is that button? There it is. Saved.
You are no longer on fire.
Saved against that.
And the
I'm
natural 20 is
slowed.
against
Slowed.
slow.
Yeah.
And give me a death saving throw, which I was hoping was going to be that natural 20.
I would never be that nice to myself. That'll work too.
Okay. So you don't get better, don't get worse. So being on fire took off 5 of your temps. Then ending your turn next to the furnace dragon burned away the other 5 temps. So you're just at -1 right there.
And I, in response to ending my turn, use the thing.
Sure.
Let's do that.
Again, you could have used it at the start of your turn. I just wanted to make it clear that if you do use it on your turn, you won't get up this round.
That's fine.
1, you're up.
So, so because Philly ended his turn in the aura, he is taking.
Whoops. Damn it. There it is. Sorry. Withering Heat.
So he will take 5 damage.
He did. He did take 5 damage.
I
He
had
already-
10 temp HP and I lost 5 to ongoing and 5 to the aura.
Okay,
Correct.
so like the using your thing and standing up technically took place after the end of your turn.
Yeah.
It happens, yeah. So I use it and then it happens next turn is when I stand.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
I was just wondering if you needed to get out of the aura, but you're fine.
No,
Okay.
I'm good.
So I have another question. So with my Boots of the Fencing Master, they have an encounter power where I could shift 2 squares, and that's a minor action.
Mhm.
So if I use that, do I also then have a move action?
Correct.
Okay. So then I am going to shift here,
Okay.
and then my speed is 5. I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
So rarely move. Okay. And so then I will go 1, 2, 3. I'll go.
Real evil is the dragon is forcing the Scion to walk like a peasant.
Yeah, totally. I'm not pleased. Do I still have line of sight to here? Or is
Yes.
this thing big? Okay. All
It
right.
is big, but it's a sphere that's sunk partially into the ground. So
Oh, okay. So I could kind of see around
yeah.
it.
So
Okay.
if he was 1 square up, it would have cover from you.
Gotcha.
But he does not have any cover right now.
Okay. Well, yeah. So I think so the dragon is granting combat advantage, and then because I was given healing word, I have +2, so I have +4 against the dragon.
Correct.
Okay. So, okay, and then one other question. So for my Fey spiced bread power,
Mhm.
that is, what is it, a minor action, free action?
Ideally, you should be able to link it in there, but
Yeah, I don't know.
remember what
Let me
these
see.
things.
Didn't you use it before?
So it's in one of the handouts. So
Oh yeah, I do. Okay, but it doesn't say.
There's
it
mine
does
right
Write
there.
that part down.
daily minor. Yeah.
Oh, daily minor. Okay. Yep. Okay.
Minor action.
I'm gonna write that in my other document. Cool.
Yeah, you could light your weapon on fire and then shoot one of the elementals with it.
Yeah, but
Fire element.
they all seem to like fire. I guess I would just want the resist 5 fire. I'm kind of hopeful I'm no longer a target. So, okay. Yeah, that's the smart thing to say out loud. Okay, so I'm going to attack the bound furnace dragon. Um, and since it's a single target, I will use my newfound secret of the way. See how this goes for me. Oh, that doesn't work.
It did not. But you rolled
Uh,
an 8, and I think that attack roll is like plus 16 or something. Like it's a pretty
It
decent
is,
attack.
and then plus 4 more, and then plus 4 more. Something.
Yeah, I'm reasonably certain that's going to hit.
Yeah. Man, my macro's so broken. What the hell? All right, I'll look at that again. But yeah, it's 1d7 or wait, 1d10 plus 7. Sorry.
I think you're literally just
Uh,
missing one bracket.
Yeah.
by the way.
Well, I don't know what bracket you're missing, but I think you're actually using something that's the nested version.
Yeah,
'Cause
I know we talked about that. I really thought I fixed it. Okay.
Yeah, because that the attack mod 124, 125, that's the nested.
Yeah.
I think we fixed it on something else. I think on your
Oh,
daily, not this one.
yeah, you're right. You're right.
Right. So 10 points of psychic damage should be also plus at
So
least
it's 1d10 plus 7,
7. Mm-hmm.
and then because it's psychic, it would be plus 2 more.
Okay, so plus 9 total. So 19
Yes.
psychic.
And cannot make attacks against my will until the end of my next turn.
All right. The dragon is not going to attack your brain. So,
Yeah, I mean, it's better safe than sorry.
yep. I mean, it's
Uh,
good to know.
and that's my whole turn.
All right. Dragon's turn. Dragon starts a turn. My aura is less than 5. Is anybody taking ongoing fire? I don't think so. Oh no,
I
Drock
am.
is. Drock, take 5 fire, or whatever your ongoing is. I think it's 5.
Yeah, it's 5. I marked it.
Cool. His aura is going to expand to 3. What would he like to do? He is bloodied. He is going to Dragon's Rage. That is the correct answer.
I'm mad. I'm a dragon.
I'm going to forget whether his bite has reach. I think it does. It
He
very
may
much does.
look small, but in time he'll grow to be a baby dragon.
So he is going to Dragon Rage, which is Claw Claw Bite. So Claw Claw on Drock, Bite on Morin. Actually, no, he's just going to Claw Claw Bite on Drock because he's got ongoing fire. Why not? So Claw, 19.
The reflex?
Nope.
Hits?
21. 31.
Wow.
Jesus.
So one of them's against AC.
Oh, which one's against? Oh, well,
The
thanks.
third.
Did he roll the same damage on everything?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, he did.
Right. So 36 points of damage total.
Ouch.
Your +2 to defense is gone, or no?
I never had that.
No,
I
Oh,
thought you
you second winded.
second winded.
Yep. So
Bruh.
you're right. So the first one, no, everything still hits.
Just trying to help.
Yeah, no,
Aren't
it
you
was
glad-
it was good to check.
Aren't you glad you healed?
So glad. I've healed every turn.
You're
I
bloody.
mean, it's a good use of your time.
He's technically not marked, and yeah, he's gonna shift to here. He is a little upset at this person that just did a whole bunch of damage to him.
Bastard.
Action point, Dragon Rage on Morin.
Will that provoke an attack of opportunity?
He's not marked, so it doesn't do anything for you.
Dang it. I did try and mark him, but out of actions.
Claw on Morin, Claw on Morin.
Morin,
Bite
it was
on
nice knowing you. Been a good
So
run.
the first one hits, and the next 2 miss.
Nice.
Oh, never mind. It's been nice knowing you. We're gonna continue to know you.
Not
So
quite dead
you
yet.
take 14 damage.
I think that's it for my dragon. Yep. Yeah, he doesn't have any minor actions. Cool. Griffle, you're up.
Cool. That changes what I was gonna do. Okay, so in that case, I'll just take a move action to get into range. I think at this point it's probably better if we just try to take this thing out as soon as possible.
I mean, I might opt for some healing for me, but that's just me being
I
selfish.
don't have anything to give you at
Hey,
this
Oh,
point.
the
right.
most effective healing you can give is killing the enemy. So
Exactly.
just
Have you
focus
tried
on
reducing
that.
the enemy's HP to 0 before it reduces yours?
Fair enough.
So, okay, so I'm going to quarry. If you can mark it with a nice green for me, that would be great. And I'm going to action point, and I'm basically going to be double twin striking. So I have a bunch of bonuses at the moment.
I don't think Gary does.
Fuck. So yeah, okay. So how do I get rid of my action point? Do I just nope, that's not right. There we go. That's right, right? Gary?
Oh, I didn't realize I muted myself. I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, so we're doing a double twin strike.
Yeah.
I will do
so,
the
you're total +4 to hit and +2 to damage.
cool. So 4, 4, 2, 2.
Wowee.
Those are
Yeah.
solid. So
Cool.
an extra 2 damage on one of them. So that's
Yep.
all right.
That's
I'm gonna
gonna
just add
tip.
it all up at the end.
Yep,
Yeah.
cool. And then another twin strike with again a 4, a 4, a 2, and a 2. And then I gotta hit my bonus damage for one of those attacks. It's gonna be a quarry damage. Bonk.
So both swings of the second swing miss.
I mean, that's fine. It's shit damage anyway.
15, 12, 1, 2. Yeah. So you took 15 damage, 12 damage, extra
Hold
one
up.
from Quarry, extra
So,
Carnage, right?
so 15, 12, 2 from Carnage, and 1. Yeah.
Yep. So 30 points. Dragon is very mad.
Cool.
Anything else from Griffle?
No, that's it. I dropped 2 standards, a minor and a move.
All right.
Wait, give me 1 second. Just let me check if I have any like free or no action stuff. I don't think I do.
So
No, I do
take
not.
5 damage for the Aura of Withering Heat.
How much?
5.
5. Cool.
5 damage, and you cannot take immediate actions.
Okay.
Morin, you're up.
Okay. So I'm going to attack the dragon with Crown of Madness. And I'm going to use my Fey Bargain to gain +2 to my attack.
Okay.
I also have advantage, so that's another +2, right?
Correct. You hit it with Hand of Blight, right? That was why he's got Hand of...
Last turn, yeah.
And is that to the start or the end?
And to the end of my next
End
turn.
of your next turn. Okay, go ahead.
So that's 4.
hmm
So it's gonna be 17 to will.
17 against the creature's will, I do not believe connects. It does not, unfortunately.
Okay. So I deal half damage then, right?
Correct. So you deal
12, but I'm gonna use Arcane Prodigy to up that to 14.
Arcane Prodigy is which? Do you have a thing
It's
that
my yes, I think I do. But for some reason my utilities button isn't showing up on my hotbar.
it's probably because it's not selected as a token action.
There you go.
It is not. So it is now on your bar. Okay,
Yep,
so
thanks.
an extra 1 point of damage. So it does 26 halved into 13, correct?
Yep. 13 damage.
And don't have any extra from anything?
No, I can use my curse.
You can't use your curse because you missed.
Oh, right.
What is madness?
So it just lets me have him do a basic attack against one of his allies.
Oh, okay.
I think what Gary was hinting at is he's probably down like 1 health, if my math is right.
Maybe.
So, I mean, if you're gonna action point, now might be an okay time to do it.
I think
Yeah.
he's already used it.
Oh,
I have
you can only
2.
use 1 per battle.
Correct.
Oh, right. Okay. So then I have a minor action and I have a move action.
hmm
And shifting is a movement action, is that right?
It is, correct.
Okay. Let's see. Oh no, I used Fey Bargain, which was my minor, so I just have a movement action.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm gonna move out of range. 2, 3, 4, 5, which I think promotes an attack of opportunity.
It does provoke an attack of opportunity from the
Yep.
dragon.
Actually, you know what? No. I can stay there.
Okay.
Yeah, show some bravery. Give some gall.
So, I mean, the thing is that you know you're going to take automatic damage from the dragon if you stay in there.
Yeah, but I am more worried about the attack of opportunity doing more damage because I think we can kill him.
That's fair. I understand, but all right. If you end your turn, take your 5 points of damage.
Okay.
So my steam elemental is going to turn, sees that the dragon is weakening, billows itself up in the cloud of wildfire, and then rather than attacking one of you all, it shoots a boiling jet into the dragon. So it doesn't have to attack; it automatically hits. Although
Oh
it
no.
crit. So the dragon seems to be energized from that, aka regains a little bit of health. And it would take fire damage if it was possible for it to take fire damage. And it is going to use sudden conflagration. It's going to provoke when it enters squares, but it's not going to provoke from the actual movement. So it's going to start by provoking from Morin.
So I take 5 damage.
So you get to make an attack against him if you want. If you do not want to make an attack against him, you're going to take 5 fire.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the 5 fire.
Cool. Move up. He's going to move into Drock and Griffel's square. Do you guys want to take an attack of opportunity?
Oh yeah.
Swing away.
I
Wait,
got the
can
plus
I-
3
can I
still,
do-
right?
Yeah, well, so that's what I was gonna say is can I do mine first and then drop the +3 on him for his attack of
Yeah,
opportunity?
he's doing them at the same time, so either one can go first.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah. I no longer have my bonuses though.
Correct.
And my hand of light.
Oh, rip.
So 11 and Hand of Blight is no longer there, so it's not granting combat advantage anymore.
Yep.
So the 12 AC misses, but then the other one was 11 on the die, so that's 23.
11 plus 12
25.
plus 3. I don't know where the other bit went.
I think it's
You
because
go
you
in
keep
there
hitting
and-
plus instead of just doing 3.
Oh,
guess.
Yep.
Because it already includes the plus in there. So that is going to hit, and it is going to hit it for 9. And then both of you, so Drock, you hit it for fire damage. So you take, where's the flash fire? Oh, only 2 points of fire damage from flash fire. And then you took,
Lives.
and then both of you guys take fire from the sudden conflagration. All right, so he went. So I need to do his speed. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oops. 5, 6. And then what is his speed? 7, 8.
Oh wow.
So Syl, do you want to take an OA?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, you take 5 fire, 9, 10. Does not have enough movement to get to trample onto 1.
Oh, good.
And he's now taking ongoing 5 fire.
Oh no! Wait, what the fuck? Oh, that's whack.
Drock, you're up.
So I'm at -3
Yep.
and
Well, you're-
ongoing fire. So what all rolls do I have to make?
Step 1, take 5 points of damage.
Okay.
Step 2, if
Sorry.
you don't have anything that helps you get up from being unconscious, you are going to end your turn, and at the end of your turn, you will take you'll make a saving throw against every condition on you, and then make a saving throw versus death. So 2 saves, 1 versus the ongoing fire, and then the other one versus death.
So fire first. 14.
You're no longer on fire.
Yay! And then death. 9.
Boo.
So that is 1 failed death saving throw. Steam elemental number 2.
Before you do that, could I get a bit of clarity? Like how much damage did I take from the dragon going through my square, and do I have ongoing at the moment?
You did not get any ongoing from it, and you only took 5.
5. Okay, thank you. Sorry. There's
Yeah,
just a lot
Conflagration doesn't
happening
do
at the
very
same
much
time.
damage. Conflagration doesn't do very much damage. Drock only had 4 hit points.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, that whole lighting the dragon on fire thing seemed to work really well. Let's do that.
You're doing it again?
The other steam elemental's turn, so yes.
Gary's not very nice.
For a moment there, guys, I thought we were actually doing okay. Not great, but okay.
So,
Like, do you have dailies left? Or
I ran out of
encounter
dailies.
No.
I have 1 more encounter power left, but it's a AoE that does, cold damage. Be helpful
cool.
to gather up.
Dragon takes fire damage. 1, do you want to take an attack?
No, thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Back to where we started.
So, anyone wants to make an attack against the dragon, they can do so. So, 1, Syl, Griffle, and Drock take 5, and if any of you guys want to make an attack of opportunity, you can.
Can I? I would love to.
I mean, if you have the ability to do so. So, Griffle, so Syl
Yep.
first. Syl, do you want to take your attack of opportunity?
No. Wait,
Griffle,
that's
do you
an
wanna take
addition.
Huh?
It's shifting twice.
It just got hit with another thing of fire, so it's doing the thing that it just did in reverse.
Oh, okay.
God damn.
So 1 takes 5 damage. Syl You take 5 damage, and then you can choose to make an attack of opportunity, and then you take 5 damage.
Okay, maybe I just will take the attack of opportunity since I'm about to be unconscious anyway.
Okay.
Hey,
28
look at that.
10.
Nice.
Is that 10 correct?
It says divided by 2 for some reason.
Yeah, I think it's the way that he has his Oh, right, because it's
Staff level.
melee basic. It's half stat, so that's correct. Okay, so you do hit. You take 5 points of damage from this, and then you take so you take a total of 9, so you're at -4. Griffle, do you want to take your attack?
Yeah, I think I will. Yeah. Oh man, it's risky business. Was
Whoo, doggy.
Oh,
Okay.
nice.
Nice.
all right. So none of the dice popped, so no extra damage on that. I do have it quarried. Quarries once a round though, right?
Quarry is once a round, I'm pretty certain, but your 30, your crit is going to get the job done. So that critical hit means you get the words everyone wants to hear. Describe your kill. As the
Oh my
dragon
god.
slam you into the ground, what do you do to take it out?
Okay, so Griffle's basically been like intimidated by like everything that's happening and like scared that I'm not going to do a good job and like really wanting like I've got so much riding on this gig, like I need to be good at this. I need to do this. And I'm like freaking out about this dragon like rampaging around this ship that I'm supposed to be responsible for and I have no idea what I'm doing. And then it's stampeded through me 3 times already. And then as it comes stampeding back through, I'm just like, all right, between the plates. And I go for like the right underneath its neck as it charges through. I like swing my axe up to hit like right across the like, I guess if it was alive where its like jugular would be. And then like rip it out and scream at the top of my lungs.
Nice. So you'll get the little bit of splash, 4 points of damage. And then the dragon's rears back, it collapses. You see it spewing that liquid that it was shooting from its mouth and that it's been using to power itself. And then the aura of intense heat around the dragon rapidly begins to fail as the dragon collapses down, and your critical hit removes its final hit point.
Ah!
1 hit point.
The dragon was
Gary,
at 1 hit point twice.
Ah.
Oh, that's why.
does that mean I don't take that 5 damage I was about to take?
Correct.
Whew.
So he was provoking
Nice.
by going to enter the square, and right before he got to enter the square, he got taken out, so he collapses. So neither Griffle nor Drock takes the 5 points from it coming into your square, but Griffle does take the 4 from hitting it. So while you
So I
guys
don't
are
take the
really
5
beat to hell,
damage anyway.
huh?
So I don't take the initial 5 damage then.
Correct, because he doesn't actually succeed in entering your square before he dies.
Yes.
So, yeah, the steam elementals, while you guys are all very messed up, correcting Sill's health here, you got 3 people that are unconscious. Basically, since it's the steam elemental's turn, oh no, the steam elemental just took his turn. Cool. So, you get 3 conscious people, and one of them is basically almost dead, and the other one's really injured, and neither one of them is super dangerous on their own without all the nonsense going on. So this is the point where I would go ahead and call the combat.
Oh, I was about to resurrect myself and Drock as well, anyways.
So, yeah, go ahead and take a short rest in and out of game. So everyone, there's no danger of people suffering too many death saving throws before have someone coming over and stabilizing them. So go ahead and go regain all of your powers, spend however many surges or whatever you want to spend outside of combat, and then go ahead and take a break. We're going to make it a slightly longer one, so we'll come back at 55 from break.
Harry, I have a question before you bounce. If you're gonna take a break, I would have gotten regeneration up to half health.
Mm-hmm.
Can I say I took that and then heal from surges from there, or no?
So the way that we do any sort of regeneration or ongoing effects is whenever combat is over, you get one instance of it and then it goes away. So if you have regeneration, unless it's like really long-term regeneration, like lasts for hours or minutes or permanent, then you can regenerate to half. But if it's until the end of the combat, if you're taking ongoing damage or anything like that, you take one instance and then it goes away.
Okay, it explicitly states to half health, so I was just wondering.
Yeah. So everything ends at the end of combat unless it's stated otherwise, and it doesn't have a kind of clause that looks like that. Because like there are things that you gain, regeneration for an hour, or until you're at more than half health or something like that. So, actually, you do 2 + 1 half your level. So say you take 2 ticks of that because you would have had it previously. So you'll get, was that 2 plus?
So it'll
Two,
be
four.
it's essentially
8.
8 health. Yeah.
8 health. So you'll go to 8 health.
Well,
And
is
then-
it's 1 + 8, right? Because it says regain a hit point and then
Oh, yes.
regeneration.
So 9.
Okay. Cool.
And I will be right back.
Okay.
So during the break, it was asked like, how well do I think the group did on stuff? The answer basically is I think you guys did pretty well. Like no one died, so that's definitely a step in the right direction. Although you guys did have to do some stuff to prevent people from like actually dying in this combat. So hopefully you guys saw that it was pretty damn threatening. One of the things that I was sort of concerned about, the half joking of like, well, if whoever dies in this fight, was the riot suppression elemental. It could have locked like a couple of people out of the combat and really cluttered up the entrance to kind of keep you guys clustered and then getting blasted and bursted and out of existence. So taking the riot suppression out before it got out of turn ended up being pretty impactful. So from where I'm sitting, that was probably the biggest swing in the fight, was knocking out the riot suppression elemental and the 2 smaller elementals at the very beginning of the fight. So once you got there, I was like, okay, maybe no one's gonna die in this fight. And then repeatedly getting the dragon to 1 hit point was kind of funny, but it was also like, death. Like, come on, someone's got to find a point of damage somewhere that they forgot about. Nope. All right, well, keep going. And then getting crit at 1 hit point was great.
Classic.
Yeah, classic. And I looked at it, and that 1 hit point, like crit, would have done a lot of damage. Like it was going to be like 30 something.
Oh my god. I want to use my necklace or my holy symbol that lets me give an action point, but no one ever crits.
Well, I mean, not till the end. So I'm gonna pull you guys out of initiative order. Yeah. So finish taking out the elementals here in primary engineering, and you'll take a quick breather to make sure everybody's limbs are still attached, all that sort of stuff. Relax for a second in engineering. While you guys are sitting here, you can see, like, for the 5 minutes you guys are sitting here, you hear this like oscillating sound, kind of like a siren that you're hearing, where it's like wham, wham, wham. And after a little while, you see that the failed barrier that the dragon had punched through sort of refreshes and pops back up, powering back up to full strength. So it takes about as long as your short rest, about 5 minutes for the barrier, after it's been no longer under attack, to be restored.
Careful, how do those power levels look? if you're here.
Yes. Plucky, bring up power display.
So it pops up the power display, and then the DM is going to try to remember if I excluded it already. I'm almost positive it did. Yes. So the power display comes up, and you can see the kind of bar of energy is very low, showing what the current ship's power is. But the sort of bar within a bar that had been pretty significantly negative, showing that it was at a energy deficit, is gone. And there's now a small green bar. So you're now slightly in the positive. The ship is slowly recovering energy.
Wow,
Or
we're helping the environment.
recovering energy reserves.
All right. I think we've dealt with the immediate energy problems. There's still not a lot, but we're doing better.
Are there any other notifications popping up?
Yeah, I'll check that. What's the alerts happening right now?
So the alerts still show on the notifications that there is a security breach in Laboratory 3 and a
Mhm.
security breach in Laboratory 1. But the other markers are all gone away.
Cool.
And you can see that the breaches in Laboratory 1 and 3 are denoted as contained. So
Right.
there's shit going down in lab 1 and lab 3, but they're not, at least from the ship's perspective, nothing dangerous is coming out of lab 1 or lab 3.
Cool. All right. So I look at Morin and I'm like, "You sure the other labs are sealed off, right?"
No, those were the only two that lost power. So I can guarantee that lab 2 is secure.
Oh. Right. We may need to deal with this sooner rather than later, but it doesn't seem like we're in any immediate danger. I look at Philly and One, and I'm like, maybe check in with your friend, see if he's still experiencing problems.
Well, I imagine you could do it too. We're all friends here.
Um, oh, I don't know.
You get the big bugbear wearing the helmet, just like puts his face down, kind of hunches his shoulders, kicks a rock. Well, I don't know.
I'll be like, I'll just shout into the ether like I normally do. Hey Al, you there?
You feel warmth. He doesn't really. You can tell that there is an answer. He did not vocalize an answer.
Was it a better warmth than before?
It's not painful, so that's a step in the right direction.
All right. Let's give a thumbs up to Griffle. Feeling good.
So these things are like these things around the the center. Are they like consoles they're consoles, right?
So the things around the sphere in the middle,
Yeah.
yes, those are consoles.
Cool. I'm gonna go investigate one of these.
Okay. So when you come up to investigate one of them, after sort of the crazy energies of the lab go down, you can see that the cover on top of the console, it's not like sealed anymore. So it's still closed, but that doesn't take any effort. You just put your hand along the side of it and it kind of opens up and then slides back into the ring in the center. And you see a section in primordial writing. It's covering the console that you're in front of.
So, this ship's manifest, is that like a piece of paper or something that I have access to, like I can be looking at?
So the only person in the group that has access to that is Griffle. I gave
Okay.
it as a handout so that everyone can see it, because it's reasonable to assume that like Griffle's
I'm
kind
gonna
of
stop and communicate all of this. Yeah.
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 Okay, so I'm kind of like following behind Griffle, and I'm like pointing at the elementals lying on the ground and like counting on my fingers.
Mm.
And I'm like, so we've taken out all of the security and all of the elementals that are on the manifest at this point.
Yes, that's true.
Okay. So we may have trouble in Lab 3 because I previously witnessed the security drones dealing with the stuff in Lab 3.
Okay.
We
And
know
Are those the dogs?
those are the the
no,
chaos benders.
no, those are in Lab 2 and are
Lab 1.
probably those are in Lab 1 and have probably broken apart and are
Okay.
not an issue anymore.
Okay.
But
So
all
just
of
to
the Fey
clarify.
stuff in Lab 3 could be a problem.
Okay. So there are 3 labs. Lab 1 is like all the chaos stuff from the
Far side of the
what
Alendar.
yeah, the far side of the Alendar. Lab 2 is where we found you with this mind
The
meatball.
entity.
hmm And lab 3 is Fey.
Yes.
And then the golems seem like they are potentially subdued. And then all of the elementals now are dead.
hmm
Okay.
Now, why
is
were
there
the
So
anything else?
elementals here,
worth
though?
noting, Griffle, when you access the manifest, all of the elementals are still listed on the manifest.
They're still on my list.
Um, are they listed under the tertiary armory still?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you ask Lucky where they are right now?
Plucky. Locate. Let's see here.
Maybe start with the furnace dragon.
Yeah, Plucky. Locate bound furnace dragon.
So it responds, Bound Furnace Dragon is currently inoperable, currently regenerating in Greater Spatial Manifold.
Oh, that's the thing at the end of the hallway? No.
The spatial
No.
rift generator is the thing at the end of the hallway.
Where's the greater
Oh, the greatest spatial manifold wasn't that? Was that the same name that it asked me when I accepted the when I said like the teleport in in secondary engineering, I think where we were before. Was that the same name that it gave that like temporary state of like
Oh, it could reroute?
yeah.
So you're remembering the right thing in a slightly off way. So it did talk about the greater spatial manifold is the part of the ship that allows it to do things like the temporal loop. So it was
Right.
creating the loop using the spatial manifolds. And you know that there's 2 of them on the ship. So it's telling you the elemental is destroyed and it's currently regenerating in one of the greater spatial manifolds.
Okay. Can I
We
just quickly ask Plucky about the other elementals as well? So like locate the other 2 types of elementals to see if they're also regenerating in there?
Correct. It gives the same answer.
Cool. All right.
we ask Plucky to halt regeneration for the time being.
Yeah. I will do so.
So it responds, security access denied.
I thought so.
Okay, but didn't we find out uh that if we stabilize the ship, we would be granted like full security override? Is that a thing I'm remembering?
I don't think so.
Do you remember the gold card?
Yeah, I vaguely remember it, but I don't have it in front of me.
Release the
Pull it
dangerous
up.
buildup and uncontrolled usage of energy on board the ship before it explodes.
I think
And
there's
it'll
more to that though. So there were
Mm,
3 big energy drains that I recall. So one was the dude stuck in the rift
The loop.
temporal
manifold
loop.
stuck in the loop. One was this thing happening, and then the secondary containment is also like pulsing power as well. So in lab 2 where we just were.
So I wanted to make sure it's clear. So the idea here with the energy overload is that you make the energy in the system a non-negative number. Basically, you deal with enough of the major problems inside of the ship that it's no longer failing. So the ship is now no longer failing.
And yet we have not achieved our goal.
Well, you might just have to ask.
Okay.
Plucky! As the new owner of this ship, I hereby authorize full access for myself and my captains. My co-captains.
So you get this weird sort of, you're not really sure what it is, but it's like a repeating, like humming and ticking sound that after a second you sort of recognize maybe that's like a thinking sound. And
Buffering.
then the ship responds and says, members associated with control access device are deemed non-hazardous to the ship's continued function. Members granted access of crew until override given. And then you feel this expansion in your mind as it now recognizes anyone on board. Well, actually, your group, I should say. So all of the people in the party that are currently on board get access as crew. And while nobody can really sense the same thing that you do wearing the helm, where like you have access to all this different thing, there is a certain sort of contentment that comes with everyone else that's there. Like the ship itself has this sort of violent, you're an invader aura to it, that everything here feels very cold. This now feels homey almost. Like this feels comfortable and familiar. I guess that's the best way to put it. You get this sense of familiarity on the ship. A couple of things are going to change with this. One, if there is something on the ship that you want to know what it does, as member of crew, you can just ask the computer and it will explain to you in whatever ways you want. So for example, rather than trying to guess and check about how stuff works, you can get to a particular thing and go, all right, what does this do? And the ship will tell you in enough ways that I can effectively give you the game rules for whatever that thing is that you're looking at. The second thing is that the being placed on crew is going to do 2 extra pieces. One, you're going to have access to some version of the manifest. You give a smaller version of the one that Gribble has access to, but you get to see sort of the status of the ship. Specifically, you'll get to see the ship's stat block. So you can now see what the ship calls itself first and foremost, and then
You're definitely changing this. I don't know what it is, but it's going.
So I shared with you the handout for the ship.
Did you?
Did you?
Should have.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
I don't think you did.
No.
Oh, it's because, never mind. Fixed it.
Oh, there it is. Superstitions.
This
end.
game's going.
So it's a big stat block with a lot of stuff in it. Getting access as crew, you can see a bunch of shit about the ship. So take a minute, look through the handout, look through things that are going on, and then ask me whatever questions that you might have.
Okay, so damage to secondary engineering, should that still be on there as the energy regeneration requirements -6 recovery?
Yes.
Oh.
Because secondary engineering had a ton of damage in it. There was another line in there for temporal loop, which did take energy as well.
Okay.
Crew of 10. Wait, we had to hire some people.
Can we ask the ship why the elementals were breaking down the barriers? What their goal was?
So you can ask the ship, but the short version is the ship is not going to be able to answer a why question.
What about what does the spatial rift generator do?
So it says the spatial rift generator powers the spectral navigation, the spectral shift navigation matrix, and the emergency spatial anomaly transformer. And then it gives Griffle this image of this helix-looking thing. So think of like a DNA molecule. So this double helix style thing in each of the ends of the two parts of the helix. You have this weird-looking tunnel-like device that is connecting the two sides. And then in the middle, where on DNA you'd have like the actual binding molecules and stuff. Instead, you have discs, and the discs are in dozens of different colors. And it shows you labels on each of the discs for what they are. So it looks like whatever this thing is has little pieces of a bunch of different planes bound tightly together to be able to plane shift.
Right. So it's probably a very good thing that we stopped this big ass dragon getting its claws into it.
What were the last orders the elementals were operating under?
So the last orders are secure and protect the facility and attack the intruders.
Secure and protect the facility.
How would this is to the group, how would that make them, like, were they kind of trying to self-destruct the facility?
The superstitions end space 16 squares by 22 squares. Are those like the squares that I'm seeing on this grid right here?
No, so that's when you guys are topside, when you're in the actual ship itself, that's how big the ship is.
So
Does that make sense?
what effect, like, is there a way, can Griffle see a map of the ship and how, like, the physical ship maps to, like, this space we're in now?
So Griffle, what command do you give to the ship's computer?
Let's think this out. So, show current location relative to ship.
So you give that command, you get this weird sort of like doesn't understand that sort of thinking sound, and then it pops up with what feels like a menu, and then shows you map, maps, and blueprint.
Okay. Blueprint.
So the opening up the blueprint shows you the layout of the ship in two different sections, or actually technically it'd be in four different sections. Shows the connection in four different sections, and then shows you how basically the ship and the three extraplanar spaces that are connected to the ship are not really connected in normal ways. So you're not just somewhere else.
Shit.
The entire engineering section in all three of the laboratories and the armory is effectively inside of a bag of holding. Now,
Right,
it's
so it's
not a bag of holding normally, but it is its own little pocket dimension that is connected to the ship.
What are the other two? I go look at those.
The other two are very small, and they're connected to the captain's quarters.
Those are
those are the paintings. Okay.
Okay, so if you guys look at the bottom of this handout, there's a very clear layout of the ship's power.
Yeah, it seems like we're still not gaining enough because we're going to recover 20 a day, but we're still losing 20. 19? No, 10, 6, 1, 1, 1, 1.
The very last one isn't a negative. That's a.
Oh, okay, sorry.
That's the total. You should,
total, yeah.
Can you bold that one?
Sure.
I was not reading carefully enough. Okay.
So we need to. Okay, and then there's a thing about repairs. So we need Residium to repair secondary engineering. That's our biggest drain at this point.
Biggest drain that we can affect, because we can't change the containment cost without releasing it.
But we can clear out these two labs also.
Yeah.
which I think we need to do next.
I would
So
say we need
yeah.
a long rest before we do that, though.
I agree.
Yes. So lab
We
3
ask the
seems like
ship
the
to
one
do
to
it.
do
Do we
first
have to
because
be the
it's
ones
got-
to contain? Do we have any?
I think we've
Options.
destroyed or incapacitated everything that could help us.
Wait, so at this point, like the elementals and the golems will not attack us. That's correct.
You guys are now listed as crew. So
But the elementals are out of commission. How long will it take for them to be repaired?
are you asking the ship?
Yes, please.
So
Computer.
So the ship respond, or well, actually, here's a real question because you guys now can sort of ask individually. You're at these consoles, right? The consoles have other stuff on it.
Mhm.
Who can read Primordial in the group right now? Is it still just Phil and Griffle?
Yes.
No, I
Morin.
can.
Morin can. Oh yeah. So you can see these consoles. These consoles are all in Primordial. There's no Forerunner stuff underneath everything. This is all Primordial.
This is a new ship.
But so asking the ship's computer, remind me what the question was because I was trying to clarify who can speak what. Sorry.
Oh, how long will it take for the golems and the elementals to be repaired?
Okay, so it says without sufficient energy reserves, the warding will not be active in order to regenerate primary security forces. Tertiary security forces will regenerate while in the manifold within 30 days or sooner if placed in a properly. Actually, I don't know what it would say. I guess it would just say, or it would 30 days unless special actions are taken.
Okay.
What special actions?
It says the current plane is not conducive to the harvesting or reformation of elemental energies.
Oh. Fuck. So
Holy crap.
we'd need to take them like to the elemental chaos.
So it responds, any elemental plane could work. And you see that little that previously when it was like maps and blueprint, you see the maps section in your kind of layout when it was trying to figure out what you wanted to do light up.
Yeah, I go there.
So you kind of see this, and it's this tiny in your head. It's this tiny little blocks of like purple and black and white, and there's a ton of writing on it. And then you see the thing display basically how you want it displayed. So Plucky just says, "Display maps in primary engineering?" Question mark.
Yes.
So you see the thing kind of pop up. It starts to zoom in, and then you see that the thing that you guys are in front of, the console, the orb in the middle starts to like spin a little bit faster, and it starts to project this matrix above the orb of a map. And as it's sort of building the map in light in front of you, the ship asks, "Translation requirements requested."
Translate to common.
What degree of translation is required?
Oh.
Is it multiple choice?
It's not multiple choice. It's just asking what degree of translation required.
Full translation? I don't know what it wants.
So you can ask it like because the ship's computer is not being intentionally obtuse anymore. It's now responding, but it's responding like a computer. You have to know the commands in order to get it to do things.
Yep.
So if you're like, you could ask it, like, what are the options?
I want to ask, what are the options?
Translation matrix could be designed to translate fully each word, or it could be designed to translate into a secondary language that is of more common use. There are
Ooh.
words used that are not necessarily the words used by those that are present in the different planes. The commonplace usage. You see it kind of pop up an example, and you see this mass of unintelligible writing that is in a language you do not recognize. And then you see it translate into Querderig. And you see it translate again into no, don't. So basically, it's like, do you want to translate? Do you want any translation? Do you want translation into kind of what people commonly use? Or do you want to know what the names of the places mean? So, for a real world example, right? There are several deserts in the world that are like the Gobi Desert, which the word Gobi in the original
Just
language
means
means desert.
desert.
So
Yeah.
if you translate it completely, it's desert, desert.
Yep.
And there are sections that are even worse than that of like multiple versions of translating that make it like desert, 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 desert. So it's asking you basically, how much do you want? Do you want to translate it? Nothing at all. So you have the raw text. Do you want the basic, the traveler's translation?
What language
you
is the raw text in?
So it shows you several different texts. So they're in lots of different languages.
Oh, damn. Okay.
So travelers, I think, right? Like we wouldn't want it to be desert, desert.
Yeah. I think we'll go with that one if no one else has any opinions.
So it finishes showing the map. And then, so you guys will at first see so it displays the map, and then it's going to basically tell you processing translation.
Time.
It's going to respond. This could take about 5 minutes to translate into something
Okay,
that
that's
is
fine.
readable.
Oh, also, power usage for this activity.
It says this will not drain primary power. This is
Okay, thank God.
It's a good
So
question.
if we did choose to go to a different plane, though, that's 5% of our power. So we could do it, but it would be
No.
no.
So read the So the 5% one is the ESAT. So scroll up and read the emergency spatial anomaly transformer section.
All I'm saying is we jumped like 6 times in a row one day and nothing went wrong.
Particularly read the power drain / damage requirements.
Oh yes. So
So-
that time that we jumped into a different plane.
You guys were using the ESAT for the whole thing.
uh,
So the ship
Let's
was taking. So
go.
all the damage the ship is taking is your fault.
No. Oh, okay. That
I find it silly.
implies fault implies willingness. This is like a court of law. I need you to cool your jets. Can you be condemned if you are not sane at the time of committing the act?
I still think we should figure out why
Yes.
the elementals were attacking. I don't know what specifically to ask, but there was something here that the elementals felt that by attacking was actually benefiting the ship.
hmm
Well, why
So they
don't
were
you ask?
trying. They were trying to get to the spatial rift generator. And do we understand what that does in the ship?
I don't.
Plucky?
So the ship will kind of very slowly respond. And you can tell that it's like it's doing something that's like if the ship's computer can be distracted, it's distracted. And says need more specific commands.
Gary, are we supposed to be on this map?
Yes.
Yes.
Plucky, can you show me where I am on this map?
So the thing will light up, and then you see the map sort of sit back, and then a little glowing orb appear below the map.
Like we're off of it?
Yeah, you're not.
Because we're in our little.
We're in our
We're
little
not in the
bag of holding.
prime. Yeah.
Can you show me where the ship exists and the prime on this map, please?
So the ship says. So a couple of the things will light up, And then it'll say these positions exist on the prime. The ship's current location is not mapped.
Oh.
So basically, you're not in a
Oh,
location on the ship, right? On this map.
Oh, that's interesting.
Wait.
What is
Oh.
this map displaying? Plucky?
So it says map displays current known plane shifting locations that correspond to matching sections in the convergence manifold.
I see.
So you see the ship shows you a more visual representation as like the map is floating above you, like 15 feet above, and you see little copies of the different circles on the map float down, and then all of them turn into like discs, right? So they're like, think of like a lens on something, and they all kind of stack back to back to back to back to back until there's a list of like 40 discs in front of you, and then you see a spiral appear on the outside of the discs, and then below it you see a little floating label that says the name of the thing that I've already forgotten while I'm explaining it. Sorry. So you see the discs, the little spiral around it, and then below it you see a little glowing label that says Spatial Rift Manifold, or Spatial Rift Generator.
All right. Plucky,
So
very specific question. 561 seals ago, we quote unquote claimed the ship, and we made a quote unquote jump to Saber Pass. Where on this map is Saber Pass?
That is a good question. Hang on, let me look.
Is Saber past the mountain?
No, this is a very different Saber Pass. A
well,
very different Saber.
we were trying to go to the mountain, which has a saber path, and we went into a sort of sky dimension.
oh no.
Yeah, there's a giant floating hand with a giant floating sword.
Hmm.
So
Uh,
it's that not let me select it. So can you guys here? I'll
I can
ping
see
it.
that blue
circle.
drawing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to be a little bit better because I thought I was doing a circle, but it's not. Here you go. It does that.
And so is this map, because I remember when we just had access to the like control orb.
You saw something that looked different than this, but it kind of looks somewhat like that.
Like I remember it had all different languages and we didn't know most of them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Wait, so Plucky, we were in between planes?
Correct.
What the fuck? So Plucky, why did the word Saber Pass take us in between planes?
So the ship's computer again is having that weird sort of delay, and then it says Saber Pass was entered into the ESAT, and it gave as close of a response as could be delivered. Saber Pass is not a place on the convergent matrix, but close enough that ship's energy could be diverted to make the jump instead. The places between sections are not on other planes or not on planes. They are merely a distance away from specific points on specific planes currently entered as locations to be shifted to in the manifold.
Oh, so this is like the Kessel Run.
These are like so from the computer sort of explaining it to you, these are like very specific places that are on, some of them are on these planes, some of them are on other places. You can go to these places. There's lots of places in between those places, but this is like the network that it's used to using.
So what can I just like reword it and get you to confirm that I've understood? So basically, these circles represent like locations that we like locations that the ship knows, but they're specific locations on a specific plane. And the like parts in between are potentially other locations on that plane.
Correct.
Cool. All right.
The computer responds, translation complete.
Wait a second.
Plucky, why
Oh.
is this one not have a name? Or does this one have a name?
Location you are indicating is not the location of a known sphere.
So you guys ended up somewhere between Hope's Light and Edge of Madness.
We
So wherever
also
you
previously
were.
have gotten the names. I just want to. This is stuff I have written down. We've previously gotten the names of Safety's Keep, Fallen Light, Court of Fallen Stars, Court of Spring, Fallen Court of Autumn. I know there's a lot. I'm sorry. Summer's End, Three Deaths, Hall of the Horn King, Spider's Thread, Court of Blades, Sorrow, and Darkness. We've gotten all of those before.
Yeah, if you look at the top left, you're going to get a lot of the names from the original map that you were able to translate.
Yeah.
Can you point out what each language these different fonts are indicating?
So the computer will. The DM has to look that up. But yes, the answer to the question is yes. It is going to take me a second to do it.
Okay.
So
I noticed that this ring right here in the middle is very specific. The language is the same.
yeah.
Yeah, what and we've seen that script before. Was that Forerunner?
That was. I don't think we ever got a name for it, but I assumed it was Forerunner.
So yes. So
This looks Elven up here.
Definitely.
Actually, I think that's why we could read it.
Because you
That's
guys
what
have
was on
the full map in
Prosperity.
front of you, and it's a little bit difficult for me to swap back and forth to be able to do one at a time, I'm going to give you the sort of explanation of what things are in what languages. So Court of Fallen Stars, Court of Fallen Stars, Court of Spring, Fallen Court of Autumn, Summer's End, Three Deaths, Hall of the Horned King, Spider's Threads, Stone Statue, and Frozen Storm are all in the R'hllonic script, and they're written in Elven. So there are other things in R'hllonic. So if you look over down, kind of on the far side, do you guys see Screamstone, Arcanium, Silver Spire, Karak-Dun, and the Shattered Gate?
Mm-hmm.
So those are in R'hllonic. So they're in the same written language, but they're actually in deep speech. So it's a different language, but it's the same alphabet.
That'd be like Drow.
So it's in deep speech. So deep speech is there's a bunch of things to see. Deep speech, a lot of underground things, a lot of like aberrant creatures, and
Okay.
all kinds. There's a bunch of different things that speak deep speech.
Okay.
So then you have the Court of Blades and Sorrow and Darkness, which are up by the Elven names. Those are written. The script is in Common, and the language is Goblin. So that is an old form of the Common language.
Very interesting Iron Tower over here.
So,
Oh yeah, we could
Wait,
hop
where?
in.
Over here on the right side.
Yeah.
So Iron Tower, Zorono, and Ataxul and Zopianem, those are all written in Draconic, which is in the Iocaric script, which is its own separate script. So it's not written in the same language or the same alphabet as anything else on the map. If you look at the Lachtenreiser, Schweder Goss, Krot Toffel, and Zumpf, which are kind of bottom left, I thought they were. Maybe I don't remember where my own stuff is. Hang on. Right. Do you guys see the thing I'm talking about? Or
I don't see a Skrok Doth.
Nope.
Or whatever you said.
1 second. Hang on.
I'm scanning hard. Also,
Is
there's a
God's
place
Forge
called
one of the ones on there?
God's Forge. I see God's Forge.
So sorry, because I was giving a middle translation. So Godforge. So Godforge, Chaos Hold, Golden Statue, and the Black Fens. So that section is in the Dwarven language, and it's in brain. You can do it in the Davik script. And then you have
Am I allowed to ask interim questions here?
only if you never want me to finish answering.
Okay. I'll wait.
If you look in the bottom right, there's
to
another
write these
section of Davik script, which is World Serpent, White Sand, Dark Reach, and Xantis.
White Sand, that's a book.
And so those are in the Giant Tongue. And then you should see City of Brass and Frostburn. See those? Sort of bottom middle. Or
Yep.
left in the middle over here.
Oh, yep.
Yes.
So that whole section, Trembling's Fires, Irdok Morda, all that, Smoldering Gate, that's all in Barazad, which is the Primordial. So that's written in Primordial.
Right.
And then, I can put these on 2 different screens, make this a little easier on myself. So we've got the Scar Tower and the Pandemonium Stone. So these. So those are in the Kiori script. So that's, you're not sure what language that is, but it's written in the same script as Supernal. So it's either in like an old archaic like religious language, like a sort of kind of like what we would treat Latin, like a dead language. And then I think the only ones left are Safety's Keep, Hope's Light, all those. This ring in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
That is all written in Forerunner script.
Yeah. Okay, that's what we thought.
And then the last, there is one more. So there's Gverderig, which is
With Derek, I see that it's here.
Yeah, so Gverderig, Karagar, Rasatental, and Varsha are all in Abyssal, the Abyssal script. So it's in the same script, the same alphabet as Primordial, but it is a different language.
So I want to ask Plucky. So we're seeing the lines on this, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to ask Plucky, like, do the lines represent places that can be jumped to from each location, or are they just places that can be jumped to more easily? Like, could you, for example, go from like the top right to the bottom left, but it would just be really hard?
Lined indications on the map indicate traditional travel lines. Map can be accessed from, and you see the glowing orb that you asked where you all are represented below, and you see just a cone of lights explode from the top of it, connecting to each of the spheres above you.
Okay. So from where we are, we could go anywhere, but once we're there, we can only go to ones that are connected.
Correct. And it is also indicating by the lines that there is a traditional way to get there. Like, for example, you could fly the ship from one point to another.
Oh. Right. So there's these are different, are these different locations or different planes?
It then kind of lights things back up again and says, several locations are located on the same plane as the main body of the ship. Several are not.
Okay.
Hmm.
Highlight
Lucky.
ones located on the same plane? Sorry. Didn't mean to
No, you're
interrupt.
good. That's a good question. You mean the
So,
prime plane specifically, or no?
I
Or
do
you-
not have a quick way to indicate that on the map. I probably should have done this when I built the map, but
Just
I don't
like draw them on?
it's gonna take
just
me
draw
time.
them forehead.
It's going to take me more time to reference my notes and properly label which ones are on which planes than I want to spend right now. But
I'm just meaning the ones that are on the same plane as like our ship, as Superstition's End, which
there's several of these are. So
Okay,
let me look real quick. So,
I'm okay with getting that information later, but like for example, could you point out a couple that are on the same plane?
yes. So Great Hive. So no, sorry. Hope's Light, Edge of Madness, and Infinite Barrier are on the same plane. Are
As
on the prime material plane. World Serpent is also on the prime material. And is that it? That might be it.
Mm,
Yes, I think that's
Plucky
it.
So-
can. Ooh, I got a question.
Go for it.
Plucky, is it possible to indicate Celestia on the map?
So it you see the map sort of flash for a second, and then it says Celestia is not a known traveling name of any of the planes currently listed in the manifest.
There's suspiciously an unnamed circle here.
True.
Very,
Yeah.
very interesting. Thank you.
So could Plucky indicate, for example, like a couple things that are on
Wait
that
a
are in the
sec.
wilds?
Yes. So it'll basically show you most of the top left portion of the map is on the Feywild or on the wilds. So the
Okay.
Court of Fallen Stars, the Hall of the Horned King, Summer's End, Three Deaths, the Court of Fallen Autumn, the Court of Spring. Those are all on the are all in the wilds.
Gary.
Plucky, could you tell me what planes are represented in this map?
So it would show you the full list. So again, if I was a better DM, I would have this better done. I spent most of my time and energy building these maps, not like making them easy to read.
This dude spending ages building different translations of the same map, though.
So it will show you that there's a list. It's basically the Shadowfell, the Wilds, the Prime Material take up about a third, a little more than a third of the locations on the map. And then the rest of them are sort of spread around. Some of them are individual. So, like for example, Iron Tower it'll tell you it's considered one of the cluster of maps that are one of the cluster of planes located within the Astral Sea, but it's on its own plane. A good chunk, a little bit more than half of the maps here are on their own plane of existence, or rather, it's the only point on the map that is on that particular plane of existence.
Like City of Brass, probably.
City of Brass, I think, is actually one of the ones that is on a plane that is shared with something else. So the City of Brass is located in the plane of fire, and Chaos's Hold is also in the plane of fire.
Oh.
Are any of these on the other side of the Arendelle?
So the Elendar, I think, is what you're asking, right? So it'll show you that it'll kind of pop up a little translation next to Gwerdarig and show you that it is one of the things that is called is the far side of the Elendar.
Oh, that's fun.
That's
Okay.
where our
Or,
final battle will be.
I have a question, Gary. Is that also the? Oh, maybe that's also the one that's called that I mentioned earlier. Where
That you mentioned earlier?
no, don't.
Yes, correct.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Wait, one of them's just called No Don't?
Yes.
In normal, we've heard that multiple times.
Mhm.
That's Gwerdarig.
It's why it is one of the translation thing. It's saying it's like, well,
So
people
it's this
call
one,
it
right?
Gwerdarig,
Gwerdarig. Okay, yeah, okay.
but
Maybe we don't go there.
We should do like, you know how people like tape a light switch so you don't flip it?
Yes.
keep it down.
Tape over that one.
Gary, there
Yes.
are 5 ships.
There are 5 ships.
Prosperity, Hope, Faith.
There
Or
are
there
more
more?
than 5 ships.
More.
Okay.
You guys know. I think you guys know of 5, and some people in the group know of more than the 5 you guys have been around.
I was
I
just
think I know
thinking
of
it's
7.
Let me look. So you guys have knowledge of Endeavor, Haven, Prosperity, Haven.
Oh, Haven. Yeah,
You
sorry.
already said Haven.
He said Endeavor, Faith,
Endeavor, Haven,
Haven.
Prosperity, Sanctuary, Stratum, and I think, and Grace. I think those are the ships that you guys know. Those six?
Plucky, can you highlight Faith on the map?
So
Faith, the ship on the prime material plane.
So it'll show you that the area that is basically off the map is closest to Faith. You are where you are currently is closer to Faith than any of the points on the map.
Right.
Interesting. Okay. I think I'm sort of my brain is not working. So
I think we can come back to this another time. The ship doesn't have enough power to make a jump, and it can't really sustain a whole lot more damage.
I mean, technically it can. It's got like 1,000 health.
Look at that damage table.
Shh.
Yeah, so I think we should rest up and then deal with the labs, right?
I still trying to figure out why the elementals were attacking. I want to ask how the elementals attacking the barriers and the spatial manifold would have been in the best interest of the ship.
So the ship is going to give you some variation of the response of it doesn't know the thinking mechanisms of other things.
Could you explain
You're
what the
asking it to make a
spatial
judgment
manifold?
call, basically, and it doesn't know.
Plucky, what does the spatial manifold do?
So it shows you that diagram again.
I think the spatial manifold, it's like the thing that allows the ship to jump to different locations.
So
Is my interpretation.
and it kind of shows you, and it shows you again, and then it says, trying to remember my terminology again because I was doing all these things. So convergence, right, is the correct word. I'm really bad with this word. I'm probably going to use the wrong word, but I will say use the principle of planar convergence, and then it'll show you that basically inside of the device is a tiny like pocket of each of the other planes of existence, each of the locations over here, and the thing basically then translates a bunch of power to that one little piece of a different plane and then sticks the ship in that bubble and pops the ship over there.
Okay. Yeah. So I think the elementals were trying to destroy the spatial manifold to prevent us from reaching their planes when they were no longer under control of the ship, controlled by the ship.
Possible. What were
Or to
the
prevent us from jumping, because that would hurt the ship.
maybe what were they doing prior to the attack in engineering?
They were dealing with what was getting out of the other labs. So these elementals were not controlled by the ship at the time. They were not under the control of the ship at the time that they were attempting to destroy the manifold.
So prior to that, they were helping, and then as soon as they weren't under control, then they started attacking this.
Yeah. So that the last orders that they had were to defend the ship from the intruders, and then they were off the range, off the reservation, acting of their own accord when they were
Could it
attacking
have
the
been
manifold.
something in the other labs that caused the disruption to their orders?
I doubt it. I'm not entirely sure why the bonds on the elementals were weakening during the attack, but they were.
Does Plucky know?
Do you remember me giving you the list of different types of bindings?
Yes. But I don't know why they would turn off or turn on.
Okay. So I'll kind of explain. Your character would have the ability to kind of explain probably better than I explained it to you, which is basically the elementals that are here. They're under a type of binding that is kind of like a leash, and it's a fairly weak binding, but it needs to be weak in order for them to be able to hand off to different shifts. So
Right. And it was broken, right?
yeah, because nobody, like, all the security were gone.
Right. Okay.
So basically, they were on a leash. The leash is intentionally weak so that it can be passed off between different people. But if you don't do anything with it for a long period of time, they'll just completely take off the binding and go do their own thing.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
So the elementals were not attacking the manifold as a part of their directives to protect the ship.
Correct.
If I had to hazard a guess, they were taking revenge on the ship.
So the question then becomes: you've got all this information. You have this enormous star map, which I promise I will add extra information for it. Although I do, like, there are some pieces of information that I will give you guys of, like, obviously here's what you guys can do. What I'm gonna do as well is I'm gonna make the default location when you guys come into the Roll20 to be this map for a little while. And if you guys have other notes and things that you want to write on the map of, like, oh, we found this place, or oh, we know where this place is, or for example, you wanted to re-put a note where I said where Saber Pass was when you guys plane shifted to Saber Pass, you can do so, because once I get the basics of, like, what the ship's computer is going to tell you about the physical properties of the locations, I'm going to just leave it alone so that you guys can make notes on the map. As if you guys continue to, or if you guys want to make part of this campaign about plane shifting around and doing things, this map is going to be one of the things you're going to work off quite a bit.
Yeah. One more question on the map, actually, that I have thought on. What are they called? The infinite rings? Are the infinite rings on the map?
So it shows you, the thing kind of spins, and then it shows you next to one of the locations on the map a changed translation, and it says that this location has also been referred to as the Infinite Rings of Folded Starlight, and puts that label right next to something on the map that's labeled as the Infinite Barrier.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. And that's connected to the one that's blank.
Yeah. Very
So
interesting.
I don't think that's Celestia any longer.
No, but that might have something to do with the battle mines.
I mean, we thought that the infinite barrier might be like some sort of prison, right? Like, we weren't sure if it was to keep things in or out or whatever.
Correct.
Have we heard the infinite barrier before?
You've not heard that
No,
terminology used.
but we heard
Okay.
infinite rings of starlight.
Oh, like something to keep. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Like, when we've asked about it, we were told that the purpose is not known, but it could be like a prison, or it could be like meant to keep something out or keep something in. It's
Yeah,
like
so
very
when you guys
secure.
had that long conversation with Marcel about, there was a space on the prime material plane that had, like, another plane stitched over top of it, and he was saying that it's very confusing and convoluted. That's on this map, that's labeled Infinite Barrier.
Marcel would love this map. I think he would die. Like, he would see this map and he would have a heart attack and die.
Luckily, his heart isn't beating, so it wouldn't really affect him.
Yeah. He's also probably already technically dead. Are vampires considered undead?
They are undead, yes.
Okay.
There's your +1 bonus to damage, Griffle. Go.
So the good news is it seems like the elementals are going to be back under our control now.
Yes.
So we shouldn't have to
That is
worry
good.
about them anymore.
As long as
But
we
it looks like
return
the
to the
only-
ship to keep the leash on.
Right.
If we venture too far away, they might go crazy again and blow up your ship.
Mhm.
I think our primary objective is to secure enough power to get the ship back to court. I don't think we should be making any jumps.
I
We
imagine it
need-
can fly.
We
Mhm.
can, but it's slower without as many people. We'll also need to regenerate power quicker than what we currently are. I think we need to take a rest and deal with the problems in the labs first, and then we can see about flying.
Gary,
I
with
think that's a
my
good idea.
background, fixing other ships, would I be able to fix anything in engineering? Can I do any checks for that?
Yeah, you're pretty sure you'd be able to do some things to help with the fixing the pieces that are broken in secondary engineering. There also the ship does. I don't know if you can see that in the handout because I know there's a ton of information here.
Yeah, it
I'm
has
trying to-
repair stuff, right?
Yes, it does have repair stuff if you have Residum.
Do we?
And the thing you guys are in front of, that big glowing orb in engineering, right? So I'll move you guys back over. So that big orb thing right there in the middle,
Mhm.
that is the repair matrix. Like that's
Ow.
so.
But do we have Residum?
Manifest. We have a bunch of magic items, so we can make it.
We could just throw all those +1 armors in there.
Do you
That's,
see Residum on the manifest?
I might, if I looked harder.
Oh, I think yeah, there was the.
Oh, there
Resilient
is
on there, right?
410 kilograms. Holy shit.
Well, that's good.
It's actually really not that much now that I'm looking at it.
So we need ship's repairs take 1 day per 20 kilograms.
But that's to repair hit points.
Yeah.
But what? So what repairs?
That's 20 hit points per 20 kilograms, as far as I'm reading.
So I think it's 10. It's 1,000 gold. I think each point takes of the hull takes 1,000 gold. So
Which
20
is-
kilograms gives you 20. Yeah, correct. It says 20 kilograms gives you 10,000. I think. So 10 hit points.
But how many hit points are
So
does that
the
convert
stuff
to?
that's broken in secondary engineering isn't hit point damage. It's like systems damage.
Yeah.
So
So
like-
what's the conversion for maintenance or repair?
It can basically help you fix things, but you're going to have to put it back together. So you're
Ship-
going to need like an engineer. Like Drock, you think you'd be enough to be a very helpful assistant, but the ship is complicated enough and complex enough that you don't feel confident in your ability to actually put it all back together correctly.
can I put enough back to get us a couple more % at least?
You might be able to do that, yeah. You know, it's going to take you a good chunk of time because you're going to have to figure out what everything is, or at least get close to figuring out what stuff does. So it's going to take you, something like, maybe like a full day or something to get an understanding of what things are without having anyone to kind of lead you or explain things other than what the ship can explain.
I mean, depending on what we're doing and what it's going to take because basic flight even needs 10%. So, I mean, even with basic flight getting to court, I might as well spend any spare time doing repairs.
I mean, if you do spend your time doing that, it means you'll fly slower to court.
More
Oh,
time repairing.
so it can't fly at full speed while I'm repairing as well?
So the way that the ship works is the ship, while it is moving and has a pilot attached, it uses the will of the crew and the crew actually actively doing things on board to actually fly. So the more people that you have crewing the ship, the faster it will go.
Got it.
That doesn't necessarily mean that, nobody can go, but the ship is going to go very slow with just the pilot. So it's speed 6 with just the pilot. And then for every person beyond the pilot, you get an extra 2 speed. So if you've got 10 people that are helping the pilot, 11 people total, then the ship can go at 26, which is very fast.
Can't Can't Syl help you out with these repairs?
I'm not much of a gearhead. I mean, my race is, but I mean, I could. I don't know. I don't think so.
So I look a little surprised.
So you would be used to questions like that happening often.
That's true.
So
Forgot we used to have a pixie that used a wrench
yeah,
that lasted for like one session.
yeah.
I forgot about that.
So, I mean, you guys, the key here, right, with the ship is that the ship has a bunch of powers. It is fairly damaged. It has relatively low energy reserves. It has a lot of ability to repair itself. But you guys have a lot of stuff to do with the ship here that might take some time and discussions. So part of the goal of me giving you guys, hey, here's all of the information on the ship. Here's all the stuff that it has. Here's all your different options. It's not necessarily so you guys can look at it right now, but if you want to look at it between games or like be able to reference it for your discussions about what's going on with the ship, you guys have that as well. One question that I am going to ask for you guys is going to be, what are your goals now? Like, taking extended rest seems to be a goal. Dealing with the stuff in the labs seems to be a goal. However, you all also told the people at court that you were going to get your ship and immediately fly back to court, and Anna sent you to go do something. So, is the plan to just say, we'll deal with all the ship stuff first and then go do that? Are you going to try to get to court first and then try to repair things or try to fix things? Like, what's the plan now that you have at least the basic, okay, the ship is not going to explode? What is the group thinking that they're going to do from here?
So
Filibuster is cool, flying the ship back, and if possible, asking on for extra crew to man the ship. That's
Back where?
the court. The
So-
vampire court.
one of the things we have to ask is, so how far is court? How long will it take to get there?
Who are you people?
So, again, if you guys decided to fly right now with the whole crew doing what you can, you'd be able to get there within a day. Like, you guys aren't that far away. Like, geographically, you're not very far away from where court is. And you're able to fly in a straight line faster than a galloping horse, and you don't actually have to. It takes very little mental exertion other than a little bit of concentration to be able to fly the ship. So you would be able to make it to the ship within or to the brain. Yeah, be able to make it back to court in a day if you flew the ship normally. You could also use ship's power to plane shift. And if you do it inside of the same plane, it only takes 2% of ship's power. But it's up to you guys what you want to do.
I feel like we should fly the ship back and get an engineer on here and clear out the lab and then go to the Reach.
So if we can shift for not much power, why don't we try cleaning up the labs, then shift back? Like, so long rest, that's what, 8 hours. Clean up a lab or two, that's another couple hours, then shift back. We could
Why
still
do we
be
need to shift back?
because if we're trying to get back within a day, let's say, right, then we either fly back or we clean up the labs and shift back, and then the labs will be done.
Cleaning up the labs does not give us power back necessarily. We need to wait for it to regenerate.
Well, yeah, but it
Well,
gives the
it's not-
regeneration more of a boost.
It's taking one away.
Yeah, so we'd use 2%, and if we can get that 2% recovery back, it'll be back within a day.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm okay with that too.
So, like, either plan, we're back within a day, and one of the plans means there's less to deal with after. My worry is, if we get to court and people are looking for this ship, we want it as stable as possible so we can either shift out or just get out of Dodge if we need to quickly. If we limp back and that takes a day, or we fix it and come back in a little bit better of a position and that takes a day.
We've already been told we would get a private dock, essentially, right, Gary?
Yes. However,
It's a very obvious looking ship, I feel, that
yes.
people would see landing regardless of private dock.
So it is a reasonable thing to assume that if you go to court, and there's still quite a few people at court from the different areas. Again, the rumor at court was that this ship was around somewhere. The chances that you'll be able to go to court and keep the ship out of the sort of public eye is very, very low.
Can we shift accurately enough to land in a dock without being seen?
Did you look at the thing where it talks about shifting?
A
No,
little.
we cannot. I mean, yes,
You ever
it's
watch Star
technically-
Wars?
It's technically possible, but also no.
Yeah, we only need to roll 40.
So,
Come on.
Hold up. What something I can cloak the ship. I can cloak us. Like, so if we shift in, like, hang on, how long does it last?
5 minutes.
Enough
Well,
time.
we could also send a message to An and let her know we're going to go directly to the Reach, right? Or, well, I guess we wanted to go back.
No, I don't think we canonically can because we've already had conversations after getting back.
So I do not have a problem with there being a little bit of weirdness from the way that you guys handled court. I specifically made it to where everything that we discussed at court that could have reasonably happened before you guys left, so there wasn't any like, weird you required to go there to have this conversation you've already had. I shunted everything that would be further conversations. For example, Griffel had a conversation that she wanted to have at court, and I let her know, hey, you guys, there might be something in the way, so let's have that conversation later. And I told you guys that as well. You guys wanted to meet with somebody, I don't remember now, but I was like, we need to do that afterwards.
Fair no.
Yeah, fair no. So you need to do that afterwards because that's going to be something that I don't want to do and then make you feel like you have to go back there, because we were just trying to use that to make the session time work a little better. So you're not required to go back to court to not have there be some sort of, break in the time space-time continuum.
So
I think we should still go back first.
Okay.
But that's just my thought.
Well,
Because we can go and leave using invisibility.
Where's Cloak? I'm not seeing that on the superstition
Your helm.
Helm. Under the helm, it's the 4th bullet point.
But that's only 5 minutes. That means we would have to shift in, which means then it's long rest, clean up the labs.
I think you're underestimating how quickly this ship can fly.
You might be overestimating how quickly this ship can fly.
26
5 minutes? If you fly out from the heavens,
but
it's already a smoggy day.
So it's speed 26, like that's 26.
But it won't be unless we have
squares, right?
Crew.
No, hang on. So let's put this into like real terms for a second. So the total, so you have 5 people on board that can help the ship. So you get 6 plus 10, so 16 is your current max speed. So you can do 32 squares in a round, effectively. If you're kind of going full strength, everybody's paying attention, all that sort of stuff. So,
wait, how did you get to 32?
It's double move. So,
1,600 feet. How far is that? That's not even a mile.
So it's about 20 miles an hour.
So
That's
slow.
pretty fast.
That is pretty slow.
Fast and slow is very relative based on what you're doing. Like for a person, that's really fast. So you're probably going to outrun a person very easily.
For a motorized vehicle, that is slow.
Yeah, for being a motorized vehicle, it's fairly slow. So the top speed of the ship with everybody on it is like 40-ish miles an hour.
So that would also mean 5 minutes is only going to get us how far? Like how too much math for Saturday.
It's not going to get you very far.
But specifics? So if we rolled 30 plus, we'd be 10 miles from destination. Could we get into the dock before cloaking ended?
No.
So we'd have to roll 40 and land perfectly in the dock, or the plan still fails.
I mean, we could leave the ship somewhere and get there.
But that's what we've
Yeah.
already done.
Yeah, but we could leave it somewhere closer.
Do you guys want to crash
Or
the mountain?
do what?
You want to crash it into another mountain and head into town?
Hey, we didn't crash it into this mountain. We landed it properly.
Yeah, we left it.
Let's set the
properly.
record straight, Morin.
Wait, so we have these spin discs. Can they spin anywhere, or they can only spin within the ship?
Not sure, but asking the ship, it would say, give you sort of a maximum range of spin discs, which is complicated because it gives you basically a big long equation of where you can be and depending on what you know about it. But the short version is if you're relatively close range being a mile, you can spin to another spin disc that you have access to.
So we could send word to An, and we could say, "Hey, we're going to be leaving our ship here, and we'd like to spin to your spin disc."
But we're not within a mile.
Well, but we could get within a mile, but then it wouldn't be like
We might as
right
well be at the
outside of-
dock.
But then it wouldn't be like right outside of court. Like we could put it in.
You'd see a ship
Or it-
with a big glowing fire ring with a mile out. You'd see it.
More, and that sounds about right. I'm not going to go super specific on it. The main thing is that it's
going to be obvious if we try to get near court.
yeah.
Okay.
I personally, again, you guys are there's 6 people in this channel. I'm not going to say that my creativity is greater than the other 6 people in this channel by any means, but I personally do not see a way that you could make this work with the tools that you currently have access to. Maybe you guys can come up with something, but I do want to make it. I don't want this to be a surprise. I don't want you to get there and be like, oh, we thought we could do this, and then have it be a surprise that you're there at court with people noticing, because the other sort of side of things is that all of those people are at court, and court is not in session. Neither supplicant's court nor main court is in session, to your knowledge. So they don't have anything to do other than, sit around and gossip and go in like private meetings and stuff. So just be aware if you do go to court, unless you guys have a brilliant plan to make this work, you are going to be noticed.
So then I think that we should rest up and clear out the labs as first order of business, and maybe that will influence what we do next. And if not, then we could think about if we really need to go back right away.
Yeah, the other thing I don't remember from court, and I only heard a bit, right? So they know someone took the ship. Who's currently still looking for the ship, and how upset will they be that we have it?
So it's Sanctuary who lost the ship, the Genasi.
They will be angry.
They will be pretty pissed. This was like their
Will be,
experimental.
as if they are already angry.
Well,
I do
they're
wanna point
already
out-
pissed, but they're
I do
not
want to
pissed
point
at
out one
us.
quick
The-
thing.
The only okay.
One quick piece of information that might have gotten glossed over, and they need to go and put away something I've been munching on the superstitions and handout, the very top right. That is not an arbitrary number. So think about what impact that would have on the world, and what would people do for it? What would people want to get for that number?
1.2 million gold.
Right. So I'm going to be
Yeah, listen, we do not have the chops. Like, if it came down to, like, we need to defend this thing from people, we do not have the ability to do that.
Yeah, like the Genasi would send any army they could against
They would
us,
send,
right?
like, their whole army.
So
and we would be fucked.
one thing that may work out in our favor is that they probably think that it was a specific faction of the Church of Elements that stole it. So they're
Because
probably not
that is
looking-
what happened at first.
right.
And I just want to, Morin. We did not steal the ship.
I didn't say you did. I said
Yes, you said it in the past.
They probably think it was stolen by a group of cleansers.
I think it was, but then we liberated it.
Double cleansed it.
Now, the other thing, what protects the ship from others? Like when we approached, we fell not ill, but felt like crap. But Griffle, you didn't, right? So what is protecting the ship, and would that help us?
I felt ill.
Plucky. Gary, you're back.
What?
I'm back.
You're plucky. Is there a well, I guess this is a two-part question. What does the ship have a defense mechanism that prevents from intruders?
So the ship will then list like the warding, the defenses on the ship, the crew, the golems, most of the stuff that you already know about, basically. Like the ship defends itself by having a crew that will defend it.
Can Plucky
And
explain how the warding works? Like, how does it identify who to ward against and how that works?
It'll say the so when you're saying what part of warding, where's the like from the handout?
I guess so, or just what what Syl experienced and Drock as we approached the ship.
But
So
not
it will
Griffle.
explain to you the warding that protects the ship, but you can tell that it's not misunderstanding you. You're asking it, how does the warding work? And it's like, all right, well, the ship has enough power, then the warding will protect and use magic to buffer the physical defenses of the ship, but it doesn't really protect the crew. So the
when
warding from the ship's perspective protects the crew.
Plucky, if an individual who is not on the crew and is not a guest of the crew tries to enter the ship, what would happen to them?
It would be forcibly detained by ship security.
So what the ship's doing is different than what we experience, which could be that guy that we made the deal with. I always forget his name. Sorry.
Al-Shaib.
Al
Yeah, I
Shaib?
mean, we
Yes,
kind of
Plucky,
thought that
what
was
do
the
you
case.
know of the ship's power source?
So it says ship's power source is a imprisoned and contained individual in primary containment. Power from that individual, and then it kind of goes on this long explanation of technobabble. Basically, power from that individual is siphoned through several different things that then turn it into usable power for the ship.
I nod knowingly.
And Plucky, can you identify the entity in primary containment?
It's secondary.
It
The
is
ship
primary.
just said
containment.
primary,
primary.
containment.
Yeah, primary for this one.
One second. Fucking mouse. Throw it into the sun.
Bitch, I will just buy you a mouse.
These are not cheap mice.
It doesn't matter. Like,
my problem is not that. My problem is not the cost. My problem is that I want to find a way to fix this problem with the mouse, because even if I replace it, I've gotten so used to all the extra buttons that it's going to be very frustrating to get used to a different mouse. So,
What's the problem with it?
well, yes, it is a Razor Naga. We'll have the conversation after game. So, because blowing in it for a second fixes the problem for like 30 minutes to an hour. So I was uncovering more portions of the map. So these two things on the side, I say this and then it immediately fucks up. So these two big kind of this. Am I not? I'm not on the right layer.
I see the things. They are giant engine-looking things.
Yes. So these are the two things that it was talking about when it was saying that there are these other pieces of primary engineering. Those are the two greater spatial manifolds. And then the spatial rift generator is in the middle of it. So basically it says that the primary containment contains a power source. And that power source is filtered through this subdimension, which then powers all of these other pieces of the ship. So nothing on the ship kind of the translation from Technobabble is nothing on the ship really runs on Al-Shaib's energy. Everything, these three things, or these two things really, the two big engine looking things on either side here, those are directly off of Al-Shaib's energy. And then those run the rest of the ship, including that basically the thing that lets you plane shift.
Yeah, that's not what I said though. I said, can you identify the entity powering the ship?
I was
And
I
would
was
it-
finishing explaining the
Oh.
first question before I went to the second
Oh,
one.
okay. Sorry, I didn't realize.
And then it would say security access denied.
Who has security access?
So it would say ship's officers, captain, and third.
I am the ship's captain, and I am one of them.
The ship does not recognize you as captain.
What is the location of the captain of the ship?
So command of ship currently inactive. Captain seems to be inoperable. Control of ship translated to third.
Who is the third of the ship?
So the DM is going to have to look up this name. It will give you a name. I was actually looking for it just a second ago, and I don't have this guy's name.
All right, the next time one of you dies, I'm just going to be like, filibuster inoperable.
What is the process for designating new ship's officers and captain?
So it says ship's officers are designated by the captain of the ship. The captain of the ship is given its commission by third.
And what happens when the captain dies and can't pass it along?
The third appoints a new captain of the ship.
Yeah, so the third is above the captain,
We need
Kind
the
of.
third.
right? What is a third, Gary? Can you define the word for me?
1 second. Hang on. Let me see if I can find this guy's name relatively
Okay.
quickly, and if I can, I will do
So
that.
while Gary's
Okay.
doing that though, like if the third is one of the Genasi, he's never going to give us control of the ship.
No, we're gonna have
for
to
the
do like a
record,
manual.
Morton, you would recognize the name.
Okay.
So you'd recognize the name of the person that I'm having a hard time finding, and you would also recognize the title that it's given.
hmm
So in the church, third is basically a bishop.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So, what is the
Gotcha.
process for designating a third?
Oh, this
We
is
would
something
need
I
an
probably
arch
could tell
surge.
you.
Hey, so I'm gonna stop looking. So I'm gonna put this into prosperity chat for you to remind me to get.
Who is the boss of the bishop? I want to speak to God.
So it says
Us-
thurges are designated through primary containment ritual.
Al?
Can you give more information on primary containment ritual?
Security access denied.
Can we ask Al instead? See what he knows?
Yes. Let's.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Doesn't-
I don't think he'll know.
I also don't think
Might.
he's gonna talk.
He's
He doesn't
primary
like talking about-
containment.
Talking kind of out loud, as you guys have often to Al Shaib, he doesn't seem to respond, or at least he doesn't seem to respond here.
Yeah, we could be
Yeah.
like far away.
We might need to return to the actual ship.
Why don't we take a? Well, I guess we're ending in like 30 minutes. Right?
Correct.
So I guess we're not gonna do like another battle and stuff. So we may as well talk.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are basically going to be taking an extended rest here, and I want to do one last. I have one thing I want to get to before the end of session. So if the thing is you guys want to talk to Al Shaib, you can keep talking to the ship, and the ship will use the spin to take you back to the captain's quarters. And as soon as you touch down on captain's quarters, everything below you sort of shifts a little bit, like feels a little bit less solid than it did previous. And as you go forward, you can see that the ship itself is no longer touching the ground.
It's a good
So,
thing.
like, as soon as the ship had enough power to take back off,
Oh, we're
It's
flying
off.
again. Huzzah!
So, one thing I want to make sure that we get to before the end of session is a decision that I want you guys to be able to talk about and make, and then we can kind of talk about the other stuff and then kind of get back into the role play of things. So, there was some discussion last time about whether you were going to sort of bring other people into what's going on. I know you guys have a lot of new stuff to talk about for the ship, and while I think it's good for this to probably like narratively take place right now, for the purposes of I think making it a better cohesive story for next session, I think it'd be better to kind of start next session with talking about figuring out what you need to do on the ship and how the different pieces work. And I can also give you guys the readout now that you've successfully gotten Axis crew. I can tell you what all the things in the ship does in the resources section in Discord. But there was a discussion of basically when you guys take your extended rest of sort of sitting around the campfire, getting to know each other, having a bit of a discussion. I kind of want to see if we can somewhat fast forward narratively to that, because I think there was a discussion made about the rods. Was that correct?
Handing them over.
Yeah, were we going to give any information or just hand them over?
That is the question I'm asking you.
My vote was to not say anything and just hand them over.
That's kind of messed up. That's like hazing.
Yes. I'm down with that. We did it to
alright.
Marcel 3
Yeah, but
times.
Marcel didn't understand.
Who's to say these people will?
These people.
What do you mean, these people?
So I do want to kind of get to that. So what's the decision being made? Like you're taking an extended rest on the ship. Kind of everyone's figuring out how to use some of these things. You're going to be able to use, like, for example, the feast tables that are on the ship to summon a great feast once you kind of figure out how some of the pieces of the ship work. And the ship is actually, once you know how to use it, is a fairly comfortable place to live. So once you kind of have that access and you're resting and recovering and kind of getting to know each other a little bit better, when you're sort of bringing these two new people into the fold of things, what do you tell them? What do you give them? What's the format for that conversation going to look like as you guys are resting?
Well, since I guess we're all crew now, we're in it together. You should.
What's on
go
the
ahead.
portrait in the captain's quarters? Is it all of our faces?
The portraits in the captain's quarter have not noticeably changed since you guys looked at them last.
I was thinking before we even start telling Morin too much, we should ask him what his goals are. What does he want? What is he after?
That's a good question.
Okay. So I came to this facility to learn more about my connection with the elemental that I have partially bound to myself. So I am attempting to learn as much as I can about that connection, because being partially dead means that I cannot inherit my title in Sanctuary.
What is your title?
I am the
Are
let's
you
see.
going to be a Thurge? We kind of need one of those right now.
No, I definitely will not be a Thurge, unfortunately. But I don't think we have a name for it.
You're a scion of a noble house, so like you're
I'm essentially the heir apparent to a Genasi noble family in Sanctuary.
correct.
Oh, cool.
And if that's the case, are you going to stay on board the ship, or will you be assisting us in other endeavors as we move forward?
I can see myself assisting you guys for other things. I want to learn a lot more about what was going on this ship. And if you're worried about my racial background, know that I have little love for the Church of the Elements, even though I grew up in it.
That's good to hear.
So,
So you guys are having this conversation.
just
Go
a
ahead,
general
sorry.
world building question that I'm not sure whether I would know or not. Is it kind of like the Church of the Elements is a little bit like Christianity for America, where like not everybody is going to be like a true believer, but like most people will have gone to church as a kid?
It's quite a bit more strong than that. So it depends on where you are. So if you're in like Nexus, you're in one of the other Genasi regions, it's more like the Christianity thing. Specifically being from Sanctuary, it's like being a Christian that lives in like in in Vatican City. Like
Right.
it's part of every part of their life.
Right.
So yeah,
Cool.
he's from Sanctuary. So
A noble family sanctuary.
mhm. So like none of the nobility could get around being a big part of the religion, or at least some part.
And if our allegiances end up drifting and they don't align, how likely are you going to be to stick with us or go back to the church?
I will not be going back to the church.
All right.
So you guys are having this
But
conversation on deck.
to whom do you have allegiances? What is this about a vampire court?
Did we say vampires? We just said court.
That's true.
We
No,
said
you said-
vampire court.
You said vampires.
Did we?
No.
Yeah, because
You were in the direct employ of Queen Anne of the courtesan.
Griff will just completely like putting her foot
Like that.
in
We've done some favors for some vampires, but ultimately our allegiance is to ourselves. And
And to those from whence we came, I suppose.
Yeah,
Me
to
and
those we
one
care about.
prosperity specifically.
Well, I actually have a question for Griffel too. You're employed by On. What happens when her goals do no longer align with ours? Are you with her or are you
spits on
with
the
you with
ground.
us?
Griffel spits on the ground.
I'm not associated with those delightful vampires. No. I serve the Black Blood Guild, but I'm on temporary assignment as your pilot.
Does anyone know what the Black Blood Guild is?
No.
Most people will know what the Black Bug Guild is.
Oh, never mind.
So
What's the Black
it's the basic name for the Goblin Society that basically lives off of flotillas and stuff in the inner sea, and they're a big part of the sort of trade and stuff that's done in the inner sea. They're a reasonably major power in the world. You might not really know anything about them, but you would have heard the name.
Okay. So Griffel, same question. If it's them or us, who would you choose?
Oh my god.
Jesus.
I mean, if we're gonna fill these people in on
Yeah.
everything we know and our goals, it's only fair that we should ask them
Hey,
about
we
theirs.
we didn't do this for you. We just sort of picked you up.
Well, you should have.
Why are you
I get-
being so
Who is us? Is still unclear to me.
I would also like that question answered. I have been lent to you by Lord Verdidig, who is a great friend and contributor to the guild. I don't hold any allegiance to you per se, but I am not a soldier. I do not blindly follow orders. I do what I believe is right.
Well, look, the reason that we're asking is that we have recently learned some information that it goes up pretty high. And, some people just want to live like a quiet life. And if that's you guys, maybe this isn't for you. But
Ha!
but if you want to travel to strange plains and maybe like get eaten by a leviathan, uh stick with us, kid.
I spent most of my life patrolling the blustering South Seas, putting down undead uprisings. Quiet life isn't for me.
um so I will pull this long white rod out of my bag and I will hand it to Griffle.
Are we explaining what it is?
Nope.
What is
Nice.
this? And I reach out to take it with like no hesitation.
So you take it, and as it goes into your hand, you feel like you took it from their hand, but when you look down, it's in your hand and it's still in one's hand.
What? What happened?
I
I
raise an
shouldn't be this
eyebrow.
amazed given the things we've seen today, but I am.
Just wait until tonight.
So you
That's
raise an
mean.
eyebrow. Do you look at the one that's in your hand?
Yeah.
Sure.
So kind of turn it over, and then you see etched on the main line of the rod. It's very faint, but there's something written in Davik on the one that you're holding. In the Davik script.
Can we ask Plucky to translate?
Plucky will translate things that are in its own systems with a lot of effort. Does anyone here know Giant?
I do not.
I have a
Nope.
ritual.
You recognize it as something written in Giant.
One sec, I'm just checking something. I got those glasses. I don't think I ever specifically said which languages I want, but I thought Giant was on there, but I didn't put like the other pieces of it.
Wait,
I'm
you have reading glasses?
I'm
Yeah.
95% sure you picked Giant as one of the. I think you picked what the languages were.
Yeah, I picked Giant and I picked Draconic. What I didn't give you was because there was something else about the language you needed, like the era or something
did.
else. No, I didn't. I never. I just put Giant, and then I put notes of some other stuff. But no, I just gave Giant. Sorry.
Okay. So you would know Giant at least. Let me see, because I could have sworn that it's in the thread.
And maybe I did, and I'm forgetting. It's possible. Because I wanted it to match with something we had already seen, because I thought it would come up more and more.
Well,
So
we've seen a
it's
lot of ancient.
modern Orcish Giant.
Modern Orcish?
Yes.
Okay, I will mark that down.
I'll find the other one in a minute, because that was the one, because you had seen something when you guys wrote after the dreams. You wrote in modern Orcish Giant, and you said that was one of the ones you wanted to use.
Okay, and so can I read this one or not?
Yes. So it's not in modern Orcish Giant, but if you flip the lens on, it'll get you close enough to be able to know what it says. And what it says is not very complicated. So it's not like something that would be very difficult to understand by dialect. But you are going to notice that as you're reading it, it's like it's fading away or maybe being cleaned away from the rod. Like it, and instead of being written into or onto into the rod, it was written on top of it. Like maybe how you'd write with ink on a page rather than scratching into something or etching into something. And it says on there as it's starting to fade away in Giant, I am safe in the wilds. Beware the ones that would send you to me. And then you see a little notation after it, which doesn't really make sense to you translated from your glasses, but you can sound it out. The translation that it gives you is Old Man Hunter, but that's the kind of like translating a translation thing. Like that's not how people would say it if they were speaking Giant. They would say Ayari.
That's sick.
Mm.
Interesting.
That's dope.
So Griffle, you have now this rod, and when you're holding it in your hands, it feels strange. Like every time you try to figure out, okay, well, it feels kind of like this, and you think about it, and it doesn't really feel like that. It's fairly smooth, kind of like you're holding a glass rod. But then when you run your finger along it, it's very rough, like not quite sandpaper, but like sandstone.
What's it made of? What does it do? Where did it come from? These are all
Uh,
questions I need answered.
We don't know most of that, but it was given to us by an angel of prophecy.
What?
I just
And
nod very resolutely.
was there a prophecy attached?
There was,
Yeah. Yeah, there was.
and it's not good. I put out my hand for Griffle to give the rod back to me.
Yeah, I give it back, but then like immediately pull out my little notebook. And if you don't immediately put it away, like if you just hang on to it, then I'll start like sketching it in my book.
I'll stare at her very acutely, and Gary, you're not interrupting, so I assume she is able to do this.
Yeah.
All right, I am very interested as I watch her recalling facts about the rod.
She reacts to it like you would expect someone who is interested to react to it. There's no sign of what happened with Marcel or Verdeidig or anything like that. Even when she handed it back to you, there wasn't that image or this collection of images that you saw with the others.
All right, so I'll kind of file that away for myself, and then I'll turn to Morin and hand it to him.
Scribble, scribble, scribble.
So I'll reach out, and can I see any writing on the rod or anything?
No, even the writing on the other rod, which one now has 2 rods, the writing on her second rod has disappeared, has faded now.
Okay. So I'll take whichever rod she's offering me.
Yeah. And it's a small rod. It's very lightweight, and again has that same sort of weird, it's hard to tell what it's made out of, and it feels like every time you think about, oh, it might be made out of this, there's something that makes it not really make sense. Like, oh, well, it's smooth, almost like metal, but then when you kind of hold it tight, it does have a little bit too much give. But oh, well, it's kind of like stone, but then it's very lightweight. It's just kind of indeterminate.
Okay. Can I do any kind of like detect magic on it?
So when you open up your arcane senses, you see a powerful magical aura around this item. It's
Okay.
not giving off a lot of magic, but the aura of just it is magic is quite strong. It's clearly a magic item of some kind, but there's nothing that shows you what school of magic it is from.
Okay.
And it didn't duplicate this time, hey?
Correct.
One, did you hand the original or the duplicate to Morin?
I guess the duplicate.
And I'm sort of making the executive decision that the group has Chandra's rod as well.
Okay.
Oh, right, yeah. So
You got
we
everything
should
you wanted and then stayed back. So
we
the
should
group has-
leave. We should give them each a rod to hang on to.
Yeah, I'll put out my hand for Morin to hand the rod back to me, and I'll study what happens.
Same
Okay.
thing. So I just sent messages to both Griff and Morin in your channels. That's not happening yet, but that'll happen tonight.
Okay.
So I'll ask Morin. Any thoughts?
No, I don't entirely understand the purpose of this rod, although I know it's quite magical. What was the prophecy that came with it? Was the giant writing on the rod?
No.
Okay.
Well, there was giant writing on the rod, but it went away very quickly. So there's nothing. There's no marks. There's no anything on the rod. It's just plain, kind of slightly off white.
So I will explain, I guess, the whole angel speech thing, which I imagine Gary could share with you guys.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, is that not one of our handouts anymore?
It is.
Which
It
part?
is.
Angel speech.
Angel speech.
Oh, my apologies. Handouts was collapsed.
Yeah, I also put all the handouts in one place, so ideally you don't have to go looking for them as much anymore.
I figured I'd pull it
Is this a
open
new
once
kind
for
of
anyone
markdown?
watching the recording.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Griffel, what'd you say?
I said, is this a new kind of markdown?
New kind of markdown.
Yeah, like the way the message is appearing.
Oh, it's like a preview of a text that you can read, but it is basically impossible to read that way. So I don't know why it previews. You just download it, or I can send you something in like an easier to read format.
That is
Right.
horribly formatted.
It is ridiculously bad.
So you've sent me a file and it's trying to preview that file for me.
Yeah, it is previewing it in the
Okay.
stupidest way imaginable.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
But also, if it is hard to read, or if it does, because Discord does really weird things with files right now. If it does send you this thing in a very difficult to read format, I have it in other formats and I can give it to you as like a Google Doc or something. I just have a single Google document that has all of them on it, so I'd have to like make a new one, which wouldn't be that hard. But
Cool.
so you explain these things.
And so when Morin also is talking about the rod, even though he's not holding it, I will take the 2 extras and hand one to him and one to Griffel and say, I think these belong to you now.
Okay. What do I mark it down as?
What have the group been calling it? It's not a question for me.
Rods. That
Rod.
Rod.
Is it like what does it look like it's made of? Like what color is it? Any kind of descriptor?
It's very plain. It's soft, kind of a soft white color, like off white. And if you think, oh well, it's like this white, it kind of, if you think about it looking like it's white, when you look at it, it looks darker. If you think it's not white, it's darker, it'll lighten while you're looking at it.
Okay.
So it's somewhere between white and like beige, like
Okay.
tan. It never has any color in it, but it's somewhere between white and tan. It's very lightweight. It weighs less than a pound, and it's about probably a little less than a foot long.
Excellent. Mysterious phallic object.
Yes. So you guys are walking around, talking about things, doing things. One kind of scene that I want to try to end stuff on, and we'll start next session with different things that are going on. One of the things that I imagine you guys are going to have to explain to Morin at some point is something that you had to explain to the other people that are now crew members of the ship. Morin hasn't been brought in on who this person is that you keep talking to when you just talk at the air.
Oh, that could be confusing.
Yeah. Morin, do you want to meet our friend?
Sure.
I mean,
There's
you've come
another.
this far.
Wait, also, Morin's on the ship. He doesn't feel burning or anything.
Nope.
Weird.
But neither did Griffel.
This is so
Neither
strange.
did I.
What causes that?
That's what I was
A
trying to
burning
ask.
sensation.
Gary, just an interim question: is Plucky gonna be like script where I can ask them questions between sessions or no?
Yes, and if you guys
Okay.
would like for me to have like a ship's computer section where you guys can just ask the ship questions, I have no
I
problem.
would love that.
That would be
Yeah.
really useful, yeah.
Yeah, I can totally do that. And I'll put in the manifest and in the resources channel all of the different things the ship can do, like what the feast tables do, what the captain's table does, like
Can we
all
put
pieces.
the ship stuff not in resource but under maybe ship? Like things like the rituals and stuff I think are good under resource, but I think all of the ship stuff might clutter it if it's not.
Sure. I pen things a lot of the time, so you should be able to just go to the pens. So it'll only be like 4 or 5 posts per channel, but I can put that into I can pen that to the top of the ship channel where you can ask the ship questions and stuff. That's fine.
Sure.
So, yeah, you want to meet their friend Al Shaib?
Sure.
Say, Al, we got a new guy here. We're feeling pretty beat up. I'm gonna go to bed, but you can talk to him real quick.
Griffle quickly grabs Morin and is like,
Don't worry, he seems friendly enough. Just make nice with him. Maybe
And
sign a
as,
pact if you want to.
as you're saying this, he vanishes, and you find that you're like where your hand was touching his shoulder is now holding this very strong smelling smoke.
Alright, I look back at the others and I'm like, you're cruel.
Yeah, but I'm also going to bed, so I'll see you later. And I just like walk away.
What about
Morin,
What about your friend?
sorry, this is to Josh, not Morin, but Josh, were you here during the part of the session where I explained what Al Shaib looks like and what his area looks like?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not going to re-explain it for the interests of getting to the end of this little scene. So we're going to run like maybe a couple minutes over of time, but I do want to get
So
to this at the stop point.
nobody else goes in with me to his
No,
chambers?
that's you.
No, we're harsh.
Oh. Interesting.
So you vanish and then you appear in front of Al Shaib, and he is looking as they have seen him in the past. He is chained, being held slightly off the ground. He is this enormous figure. There's the markings all over his body that I described when you were listening into the session right before you joined. However, there is a little bit of a change. When the others were seen here, your character doesn't know that this is different, but they saw this place as this great forest and they explained it to someone as a forest. So in here, it looked like a forest. It does not look like for you. There is a deserted, desolate land that expands out in every direction. You're in the middle of this dark, shadowed wasteland. And there are these cracks and rents in the ground everywhere, as far as the eye can see, several of them oozing these clouds of inky darkness that, as they move, kind of move a little bit, I guess, not randomly, maybe not intelligently, but something like a creature would do, not necessarily like just smoke. And as Al Shaib looks down at you, he says, "Ah, and so they have another. And what are you, little walker?"
My name is Morin.
"So it is said. But you do not look like a Morin to me. You look like something else, brought to me for taste? For pleasure? What purpose do you have here, creature of name Morin?"
I am here with your group of friends, and I am researching elementals. Hoping to learn more about your kind.
Research elementals. I am elemental, little one, but you will not go on others' behest into my realm and not be seen for what you are. You see him look at you, and there is an intense focus around his eyes to where around you there's sort of a halo of red light.
Mm-hmm.
Do not think that you can come within my binding and not let me see what you are. Do you wish to take pacts like the other?
No.
Good, good. You would not seek to trick me, I think. Maybe you understand that you are different. You are not something I could pact with. Not while you are so tightly bound. What do you do here on your master's bidding?
Oh, that's a good question. I think I can. I really am here just to learn more about the elemental processes that have been happening here in this facility. And I didn't know that you were bound in here. Didn't know that you existed in this location.
So you see that sort of halo of red light around you, tighten around you, and then go back wide, and then tighten and go back wide as you're talking.
I'm
For everyone
mostly
else in the-
unfazed by this, right?
You're not hurt. There's nothing you can feel here,
Yeah.
but it is unnerving.
Okay.
Everybody else, so everyone else that's in the group that's not in Al Shaib's realm, normally when someone goes away, you don't hear anything. Al Shaib doesn't say anything to you. You don't hear their interaction. It's private. That's not the same here. Each of you all can hear this conversation happening.
Hmm.
So Al Shaib, as he listens to your response, he pauses for several seconds and says, "So, you did not know I was here. What do you choose to do now? I am power, little one. Bound I am, still I represent great power. A power your master would want, would covet. But these here seek to break me from my chains. They seek to return my power to the world. What would you do given the choice? Break my chains and break those holding you? Or would you choose for one or the other to remain in servants?"
If you can restore my body, I will happily break your chains.
So he smiles broad, and you see he's only smiled a couple times for people, and he's got way more canines than he should. And they're a little bigger and meaner than normal teeth or normal canines. Ah, so you come here saying you would take this pact, and yet do not wish to be bound. He looks around, and you see his eyes with that same sort of glowing red light lash around you like he's searching for something, and then he focuses on the middle distance. Ah, such things I am seeing now. Yes. Do not deal with the creature when you can deal with the creature's master. Come out of your shadows. You get this sense of something behind you, something watching you closely, and then right as you vanish away, appearing back on the ship's deck, you hear a man's voice, one you recognize. Al Shaib, it is good to finally see your hiding place. I am interested in your freedom, but first we must make choices, you and I. Morin, you may go. You don't
That's
hear
ominous as
anything else
fuck.
inside.
Wait, what was that, Gary?
Morin reappears back with everybody else.
Okay.
Morin, if you could think you know who that voice is, you're correct.
God damn.
What the hell was that?
Wait, we
I
all
will
heard
say
that, by
him.
the way, right?
You all heard everything up to when Morin reappeared.
Oh, okay.
So,
And that's where we'll
Morin,
be in the next session.
what is going on?
I'm already in bed, so.
Did he hear this in bed? Because if so, that's like the worst
No,
way
no,
to
no, I
fall
would have heard it
asleep.
like while I was walking to bed, you know? Like, I just like.
Don't
like
care,
stories.
still going to bed.
Yeah.
I'm tired. I've died twice today. Don't sleep. So that's where we'll end session. If you want to go ahead and end the recording.